बंद करने को तो सब घर के मिल जावे हवा मारे विंडो डोर तक खोलो तो रूम में नहीं बैठ के ऐसे करो घर में कोई आ नहीं है तो चला तो 10 बजे Capio. Te a quanti casi dove a cuppa de अरे कल को नाम खड़ा है भीतर कोई देख ले कोई चीज ऐसे चीज रखे हो हाँ कुछ नहीं खाओ इस पर सूखा एक में नहीं कागज पहले सब उठा के चाय जाना हाँ तो चाय पिए खास पहले जलाई के डब्बे में भर के रख दी बैठे बीठे आदमी वैसे नहीं करे काय हुई ले बचा रहे तो इसलिए चल दे क्या करे बनाती हूँ
just one minute, wait.
जैसे कोई चीज है ही नहीं खावेगी बोटोरे वहाँ सेठ में प्री चारों के सामने नहीं तो उससे बोलो नहीं वही काम करते रही जनता वो भी करते रही करो थोड़ा थोड़ा देरी मांगी सब चले जाइए बार
Oh, we did. No, we need this one. Yeah, we can slowly move. We'll keep the mod we want to put them out. We'll put in color and put that side so we don't sell it. We'll put the mod later on. Slowly, but there's no wires. Yeah, because she used to. Yeah, it did possibly. Yeah, okay. This my dad wants me to put it loud like that, because then all the racket that you won't be able to veer that obstacle. I think this is the amount about the loud, something like that. So if you want to check the loudness, yeah, just tell the dad to walk and tell it if the sound comes up just barely, then you know that's the loudest. Yeah, you don't want any more louder than because so the sound effect everything got to pause. My dad puts it louder. Yeah, here this side. Yeah, he's borrowing my umbrella, the blue one. Nothing. Yeah, he'd be like Mary Poppins, like that. Yeah, he's but it's raining now.
Canadian tire मजबूत चाहता है देखा सुंदर चाहता Canadian tire
What is that, cat? Right just the window. Yeah. If the window was open or something, man. The candle. Yeah, the Hello Kitty, the little bigger one. Not the demon girl that was at the second lobby. Yeah, it's more bigger and bulkier. This one's the other Hello. What do you call Hello Kitty? Yeah.
देखी
Yeah.
देखी ना
Yeah.
थोड़ा देर में देख वहाँ बैठी हमारे विंडो पे बैठ के
Yeah.
वहाँ ताकि सोची साइड लाइट वहाँ दिखावे
Yeah, no.
फिर हमने वहाँ देखी तो यहाँ
Yeah.
देखी और मैं तो रूम में सुनी
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it start beside my window.
ऐसे
Yeah,
कहानी
a little bit, yeah.
जाने के भीतर कोई है
Yeah, I know.
बैठी इतना स्मार्ट है क्या बैठी थी
Yeah?
नहीं जाने का मूड उधर है तो को नाम देखो को नाम है दुख के बैठी सो और को नाम मुड़ करो उधर
Oh, yeah.
हाँ
Yeah, he's sitting on the side of the wall.
हाँ हॉल में बैठी
Yeah.
हम गोली
Yeah,
उठा
yeah.
गोली उठा तब हमारा हाथ पकड़ी थी
Yeah.
उल्लू के मैं
Yeah.
विंडो खोलो मांगो अरे दो कर्टन खोलो तो देखी
Yeah.
तो ते काय बंद कर दे
Mhm.
हमने बात होती तो देर ठीक आवे ठंडा एक नजर ठीक आई आज तो बनी ठीक के आलू बचा दी पानी करा दूधी रोटी
Oh, yeah, I got it. This one? Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where the pattern of stuff, because I'm just going to head towards kill the mole rat and the mole mine. I have to go in the same direction. I'm not going to go through the cave, so there's some mole rats on that side anyways. If it's short on mole rat, then we can just come back to the cave, because we have to come back that way anyways. Okay, let me go here.
Nadie jamás lo hará en esta canción. Va mi corazón. Amor más que amor es el nuestro y te lo vengo a dar. Te miro y más te quiero mirar. Te amo y sabrás. Puro sentimiento y no hay nada más. Y solo queda a tu alma tocar.
That's good, yeah.
Amor más que amor es el nuestro y te lo vengo a dar.
Yeah, she bought it from the clinic within her family doctor. Yeah. Exactly. Now the fact, he said I'll be your family doctor as therapy. He's married. Yeah, he's married. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because no, that's because my mom goes more. I just go to my work at connecting. Yeah.
Amor más que amor es el nuestro y te lo vengo a dar. Te amo y más. Te amo y sabrás que nadie como yo te amará. En esta canción yo veo quién soy. Amor más que amor es el mío y lo siento. Amor más que amor es el tuyo y presiento. Amor
it is a mix. Yeah, it is a mix. It was supposed to be Mr. Yeah, because it's a long twisting word name. Get yes. Wait, just a minute. I think it's let me see. Wait. It shows in my screen, yes. But it goes toward the, like, you know, the when in the iPod screen that is small, it shows the YouTube, before you sign in password before you go into your Android kind of thing. Yeah, it has the music. Yeah, it stays in there. It stays in there. Yeah, that is The Last of Us. It is The Last of Us. This one. This one's called I Love You. No. Oh, you have to refresh. A Book of Life. A Book of Life. I love you too much. Yeah, that's the Book of Life. Yeah.
There's love above love and it's ours, 'cause I love you too much. Heaven knows your name, I'll be praying to have you here by my side. Without you, it's missing. Just to make you my own, I will song. There's love above love and it's ours, 'cause I love you.
Yeah, that means, yeah.
I love you too much. I love you too much. Heaven's my witness and this is a fact. You live in my soul.
Yeah, that's
Your my goal. There's love above love and it's mine 'cause I love you. There's love above love and it's yours 'cause I love you. There's love above love and it's ours if you love me as much.
Yeah, it's mixed. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Toto, I am humble, for tonight I understand. Your royal blood was never meant to decorate this sand.
Okay.
You suffered great injustice, so have thousands before you. I offer an apology and one long overdue. I am sorry. Toro, I am sorry.
Well, we're gonna
hear my song and know I sing the truth. Although we were bred to fight, I reach for kindness in your heart tonight. And if you can forgive, and if you can forgive, love can truly live. And if you can forgive, and if you can forgive,
that's a PS4 picture. That one. That one. Yeah. But when he describes, you might be able to see it. Yeah.
Toro, I am frightened, but I'll use my final breath to tell you that I'm sorry. Let us end this dance of death to centuries of agony. Then to your heart we send. Here I am with my amends. The senseless killing ends. I am sorry. Toro, I am sorry. Hear my song and know I sing the truth. Although we were bred to fight, I reach for kindness in your heart tonight. And if you can forgive, and if you can forgive, love can truly live. And if you can forgive, and if you can forgive, love can truly live.
Yeah, something right there. There's something right there. Today's Sunday. Sunday about a little bit, about maybe 9 o'clock because they had the autumn stuff. Yeah. So it's about 9 o'clock something. That's a little bit late in it, yeah.
Todos los que un día te vinieron a matar, sufriste la injusticia de otros tantos como tú. Te ofrezco mis disculpas, respeto y gratitud. Me perdonas, Toro, me perdonas. Mi verdad está en esta canción. Si nos quisimos matar, te ruego que hoy me puedas escuchar. Si puedes perdonar, la paz llegará. Si puedes perdonar, el amor vivirá, siempre vivirá.
This guy's saying who's smoking. Yeah, this guy must have been walking alone here. There was supposed to be, I think he's supposed to be hanging out here. Yeah, I think he got bitten here. Yeah, there was a guy here. Here. I don't think so. There's nothing else he's hanging on here. Or maybe that vehicle there probably, something, yeah. Because he came from this side. Yeah, there was a guy. The guy's here, right here. We're gonna get some. There's some empty septic here and a Nico's Cola. Yeah, Nico's Cola. Like a fountain. Yeah, there's a machine here. Yeah. That's like a sprinting girl and Asian girl from my Facebook. Yeah, just sprinted. Yeah, so it's like a fountain. It's like a fountain. But it's the correct fountain, but it's like a machine, yeah, machine. Oh yeah, that's one. Clip one that we when he's wearing that hoodie kind of jacket like a Hello Kitty. Yeah, that's what jacket? Oh, that's Ellie's jacket, but it's like a yeah, about that from over here. But it's tighter. It goes up to my elbow. I have to push it to my elbow, but it gets tighter up to my wrist. Yeah. Yeah, my mom bought me this one. It's a boyish girl. It's a boyish girl. Huh? It's no it doesn't say gender. I just call it this one's a gender. Yeah, gender one. Yeah, it's just a boyish girl kind of outfit one. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, unisex or something to call it. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that unisex is saying that. Yeah, that's one you can wear. Unisex one you can wear. Yeah, both gender wear. This one is it's on the. Yeah, I was following my mom around and because he had nothing to do. Yeah, on the winters. Yeah, following around there. There, yeah. It's a sphere. It's a light blue. What is that? Yeah, it's in there. You can see it. You're wearing it right there. I mean, there. It's under there. No, I don't have green. No, look at it right there on the chair. Yeah, look, it's a bluish color. Yeah. It's a long sleeve. And there's a frills on the back, yes. Yeah, there's frills on it.
IA Financial Group is one of Canada's largest insurance and wealth management groups, which has been invested in Canadians' peace of mind for over 130 years. Visit us at ia.ca and discover how IA is the best partner to support you every step of the way. IA Financial Group, we're invested in you.
Yeah, she's wearing the their Solar Nation vest, a baby blue
Think
color.
about the people who inspire you most. They don't have all the answers, but they do know how to ask for support. Therapy is a great way to find that support, and now you can try it for free. BetterHelp connects you to an experienced therapist, ready to help you online from the privacy of home. Build your support system. For a limited time, get 1 free week of online therapy when you visit betterhelp.com/Spotify Canada. Subscription starts after trial. Cancel anytime.
Okay. Yeah, I need more of this one.
Esta ciudad está gris, yo con un arco iris en mi botella. Pantallos en el cielo, se cayeron las estrellas. La muerte en cada esquina que se sabe la más bella. Porque tarde o temprano todos bailarán con ella. Tengo que lucir mi paso, no me puedo ir para atrás. Con mi vaso rebalsando resistencia tenaz. Patadas en teclado que no entiende nadie más. Vos ya tendrás en claro con qué fuego te llenas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, white people stand. Go the other way around, like. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Se arranca la barra, la de Cristo en jarra, los labios violeta, como barra,
I put in the YouTube clip that was specific for her. Yeah, she's like a judge there. When she's a judge, when I put her as a judge, no one's still not saying anything yet. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah. For me, it's just hard, but like, standing, yeah, that's,
al parecer seremos esclavos de placer. ¿Cómo se atreven a decirte qué tenés que hacer? Los barrios asesinados pa' no caber un alfiler. Hace tiempo nuestros sueños tienen precio de alquiler. Será melancolía.
The lamp looks good. What was the lamp? Yeah, I must put that in there. But I must put the... We always keep the lamp, but we have a kind of these we were looking for these, we did get some. Yes, we did. But we need to focus on that bit later on again. Yeah, we lost, just like we lost the cups. Yeah, we died on that one. That one, yeah, that will lose its some integrity. We're gonna get okay. We'll take this one. This one we can just definitely see how it looks. But we'll get that some other time. Or we need this one. It doesn't matter how long we just okay, there's another one there. Oh yeah, you need that long. Yeah, you close it up at that. The cross like a new cross. Yeah, looking at that onion there.
Que ya al verlo son tu casa y te harán olvidar el miedo a la pesada soledad. Será melancolía, una vida sin receta, que solo encuentra respuesta cuando se va la luz del día. Será melancolía, una vida sin receta, que solo encuentra respuesta cuando se va la luz del día.
As long as I feel the good quickly as the top coming out good. Yeah, we need to only got 1 or 2 more left in there. 1 pound, 2 pounds, 3 pounds and something like that. Another. What time is this one? 2 pounds. See, there's another 2 pounds and 8 ounce. Yeah, there's another. I have to check this one, Commander. The sturdy combat armor right arm. Yeah, that's the like the greenish color one. Yeah, that one. I think we might have that one. And the Raiders one here. That's another pound right there. We've got a couple of pounds here. And this one too right here. Yeah, this one is a mod. If it doesn't, then we have to keep that for temporary, yeah. So we can remind us that we still have that one. Yeah. That's okay. Oh, the hard one is the one that we, that's the one we are using. This one, because if you don't have the hard, it's not easy to find what you want to put on that. Oh, it's just one. Yeah, I gotta see this one. Look at, this one. This is collect slices much on harvesting wood. That is good. Oh, which one? Oh, Goatman Demon Wheel is good. Oh, he's with us too. He has a briefcase too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's with us too. Yeah, he was hanging on the tree there. He fell a little bit on the side. Yeah, he felt that. It was not too far from the Broadway commercial. The Broadway commercial. Yeah. Broadway commercial. Yeah, so then you walk, he was hanging there. Yeah. Pick a perk, share. What is a share? Only equipped perk can be shared. Oh, just like this one here. Yeah, like here. Yeah, this one here. I thought this one was. Yeah, I thought this one was before. Yeah, this one was. Yeah, this. Now, let's see what the weight is now. Wow, look at the weight now. Yeah, look at that. That is the weight. Yeah, that would be the weight. You have to remember what one you're gonna put back. This one here. Yeah, this one had it. This one had the, but it doesn't have it now. Yeah. We don't need the ammos. We never. Yeah, we rarely use it. But we're gonna keep that one. So one is less, one is full, and then we put another one, the 30 series one. We'll keep that in one of each like that. No, 3 of each. Yeah, 3 of each. That's how we're gonna keep 3 of each. This one doesn't carry any. No, not one. This one doesn't. Yeah, this one should be okay. This one's heavy guns weigh 30%. Oh. This one. Hey, let me see if I can switch something here. 50%. What was that one? 30%. Let me check it. Let me check anything here. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one. Explosive. Okay, let's put this one in. Okay, let's see what it weighs now. Little higher, 62. Okay, it didn't look like it budged on that one. That's okay. Okay, let's put that one back. That's okay. Let's put that one back. I just want to see the weight. Wait. I thought what happened. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the sword is again. Yeah, how come it doesn't want to go up now? Did we take something up there or not? No, we didn't take anything. Oh, we did. Yeah, we did must have took it. No? We didn't take it out. Oh, we did take it out. Well, what was it? I kind of forgot. Oh, I know. I think I know. Wait, let's move. It's not these one, is this one right here. Okay, let's see what it weighs. Oh, we got 2 of these, but we don't want to. Let's see what it weighs now. Oh, it did go, yeah, 1859. Yeah, it does. It did go down a little bit. So that be the museum one, exactly. Okay. oh, okay, wait. Let's go before. Yeah, someone might need it here. Let's go. Let's go before. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, before you kill us here. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Before they kill us here, yeah.
Attention citizens.
Please here. Something is going on. Yeah, someone was in here. We're not gonna titanium. We get some things out. You get titanium, whatever you get in this thing. Here they give you those accessory stuff. Okay, let's check what is gonna come land on us. Oh, it's up here. Oh, they're doing that. They're opening the mine thing down there. I think it's the other one. Yeah, I think it's this one here. I think maybe that one, yeah. Any other place? Because sometimes you have to check the other places too. Here's the bunker. This is the bunker that shot over here, flew that high, and then it just fell over this ledge over here. Somewhere here. Yeah, somewhere right here. It fell right here, right about here, right there. Yeah, that bunker went down there. Yeah, that's basically they opened the bunker right there. Yeah, the bunker was there, but it didn't show up in the kind of thing. Maybe we went past it, we don't recognize it. It should have been. All of these other ones were showing the bunker, but they were closed. It must be in there. We don't recognize. But I don't see any more. Only one bunker that is not open. All of them are open. This bunker here, it opened already. Yeah, this one, but a long time. But this one here. Yeah, this one didn't open 94 one right here. We did go there looking for some brain fungus. Yeah, brain fungus. Yeah, the 94 was not open. The last was 93 and then 96 opened recently. That one. There's one more bunker that is not open. Yeah, exactly. Oh, armor. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Because we thought just gonna spam you. Yeah, because they were kind of. It was supposed to be meant what is there. Yeah, can't anything. Yeah, it's always. Yeah, the everything. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's it. They don't think about stuff. Oh, antiseptic. I forgot about it. Yeah. Let's quickly get it in. Do not pass school bus stop on signal. These are the yellow buses, the bigger ones. It was parked over here like a limousine. Yeah, it was standing in front of the exactly. We need antiseptic here. The site, how many minutes or an hour? A minute or something. I'll have to. No raw material, only that one you can scrap. These guys cut something. You see this guy? Oh, we got more rats here too, yeah. We need, yeah, we'll get the... See, now it's moving. Bobby pin was there. Yeah, I know that was backwards in this one. We did get the whole piece of this one right there, yeah. This is the only place you can get the accessory stuff like this one here. Yeah. Oh, the accessory. Yeah, there's sometimes that accessory loot, you do get other accessory, whatever is close to this one. Sometimes these things disappears on the way. Sometimes, yeah, it disappears. It won't be. It won't be. Oh, the door, yeah, the door works. The door, yeah. Some of them they don't shift on that one, yeah. They just there's like a homestead here, something. Yeah, the door open, like a homestead door. Yeah, exactly. I tried to open these things as a homestead kind, but with the red rocket, I lost all the kind of scraps and everything on that one. Yeah, you lose the scrap in that one. Yeah, that's when you go to another world, or you got you got the air or something on it, or server. Yeah, you lose that. People sometimes think that you can keep that as a homestead a little bit, but you don't keep that as a homestead. No, you can't. That was the red rocket. It's really far from here. Oh yeah, the pumpkin patches. Pumpkin patch.
Hey Vancouver, is your calendar all booked up on April 5th? Can't make it to the polls to vote in the by-election? No worries. Vote early. Advance voting at City Hall is open on March 26th and April 1st, so you can cast your ballot on your schedule. It's quick, easy, and ensures your voice is heard in the Vancouver by-election.
Yeah, exactly.
Vote early at City Hall on March 26th or April 1st. Visit vancouver.ca/vote for details.
When you sit down to play with Bodog.net, you won't even need a seat. Just the edge. You know that's all you need to live every turning roulette wheel, every spinning slot reel, and exciting blackjack deal.
But sometimes you can use that. If you're
live sports odds, poker tips, and free-to-play casino games.
You don't need to go to the gate with that. Yeah, you can hang
live for the thrills you can only find at the edge of your seat. Bodog.net. Make a play.
But not when the people come say, a little bit to the side, yeah, you can, or inside, inside and lean on the gate or something, that's or read a book or something, like you're not gonna interfere, kind of, very young protesters or something. Without bothering them, because that's important right now, those things. And then you go next day, you say, hey, did I notice you? Yeah, when you go voting, when you made it in. Yeah, that was when you made it in. We can still shift the antiseptic a little bit later, It's not done. No, that was acid. Yeah, that's acid on the blood bugs. Yep, here. We're on the same width path, but when we come back, that's acid. That's not the one. A lot of antiseptics are in the pine forest. But if there was lots of loot over there, Harper Ferry is the only lots of loot there. But with what part of the things we're gonna get in there, yeah, because it's a very long go there someplace like that, yeah. So that's why, yeah. Then we can spend more time on that vine first and look around. Yeah, the big creatures in there too. Yeah, that thing's in there. He hangs up on the top. Yeah, that's that nuke one over there. Yeah, that's they're going to the cave. They got a quest line going there. Yeah, quest line. That's from yesterday. That's from yesterday. I think we cooked them all yesterday. Yeah, there's a recipe. Oh, the Nuka-Cola. Yeah. Yeah, we need to bring that so we can finish the quest line. Did we pick it up or we left it back there? Oh no, yeah, I think we did lift that Nuka-Cola back there. Yeah, I think they okay. We're gonna drink the twist then to finish it. How much did we go to finish up? Oh, we did leave, yeah, we did leave it back there, yeah. Some name, I'm not sure quite sure. Kit Carson, maybe, I don't know. Something. There's some name, yeah, I'm trying to pronounce it, Kit Carson. He had that, yeah, it's like Kit Carson or something, maybe, or a little bit different. Yeah, it was just, one of the main PSN names. When they're coming now. Yeah, they're coming now. Yeah, in the morning. No, they're just talking to you about me. Well, actually, I'd never seen them. This is my first time I seen them. Yeah, first time. That's my first time. It's my the whole life way kind of seeing. Yeah, the whole life way kind of seeing. It's a whole like kind of thing, kind of it. Yeah. These guys always will say end up with that because you guys are the most important. Not important, but people will tell you, oh yeah, this is the one. Yeah. When you say something, yeah, this guy simply cannot say, yeah, these guys talking up for their own self. Okay, the radio might not need that. Then later, these guys get a better result for them. From that time, these guys gets a problem. Right? They can't match it up with that. Not but like a tribal, like, yeah, because in the UK, you just everybody's on their own. Everybody knows that in the slang term, everybody there, we don't, yeah, it's like you run right into every time you go, yeah, that's the thing. Like there was, yeah, just like there's like a bodyguard, but they're behind us kind of thing like that. These guys are mostly, yeah, these guys are mostly hanging out they're like ticket booths. These guys were hanging in the ticket booths. No, we're not that big, but yeah, you think, yeah, that thing, and that's, yeah. In the rural area of the British Columbia, in the forest, little forest area, yeah, they're spending time in the radio, satellite radio not postal. Like the postal, yeah, like the postal. Yeah, we don't have to come out of the yeah, that's why you don't see them very much around. They're there, but they're, yeah, don't listen to them. We used to hand out like now, things actually big noise. They hand out people out. You very rarely see them in the metro town. Very rarely see all the mobility, but now they're slowly coming in. I want music kind of like that. It's a kid. There's no bottle. He doesn't play a bottle.
Hizo la huella sobre el camino de piedra. Suena en el viento que mi destino es solo cantar, señora chichera, señora chichera, señora chichera.
Yeah, talk about because it's just first and then mix. Yeah, I didn't put the mix on it. Yeah, that's not the, that's the. It's only blazing, because, yeah, but it should be some other performance in the, yeah.
Desayunado con el alba que me ilumina. Comí en cocina, porritos en la esquina y una leve mejoría. Cambio, no hay mañana, no hay promesa. No hay un mapa sobre la mesa, no hay nada, señora chichera. Deme un trago de su veneno, después le pago. Señora chichera.
He's like a deeper kind of in the desert, desert here, when you have a touches of the vehicle, you say, I can say what is it? Yeah, and the mule, the horse, it pushes the wagon a little bit. If you got your mule, and you run to sit there for a minute, and the mule is pushing the horse. How are you getting the one to move, which is this thing? This is a mixture, yeah, very back on this one. a good organ kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, but if we take a little bit there, I think one or two or something. Which part of the music is in the Ramstead and where what part of the thing that you listen to the show? That would be just the review in the front. Yeah, that'd be on the you should click or somewhere. Someone done very good. Each music has a part of each part of the game. Lots of the hang-up kind of thing. Okay, made it. Let's see how it. Can you make it to this one or?
Hi, Canada. I'm Kira from BC. You know, we plan for rainy days. So does CPP Investments. The CPP fund is financially sustainable for the next 75 years and counting. Rainy days included. CPP Investments, helping grow the CPP fund for generations to come.
When planning for life's most important moments, sometimes the hardest part is simply knowing where to start. That's why we're here to help. When you pre-plan and prepay a celebration of life with us, every detail will be handled with simplicity and professionalism, giving you the peace of mind that you've done all you can today to remove any burden from your loved ones tomorrow. We're your local Dignity Memorial provider. Find us at dignitymemorial.ca. The Dignity Memorial brand name is used to identify a network of licensed funeral, cremation, and cemetery providers owned and operated by affiliates of Service Corporation International.
Government kind of thing. It has to stay with
Can't get enough of your song of the moment? Download and indulge in the tracks you love over and over again with Spotify Premium. Tune in to discover an ad-free music listening experience where you can play your favorites in any order. Tap the banner to learn more.
If you're in the lower government, that one still doesn't work in that one. No more of that one. Yeah, you're misleading them more in this one. The more you look at it, the more it's withheld with you. Like that, someone walked by, you can't see people from it. You can't see people from it. You can lay down 50 different people are really walking on this one. You can't participate with that walking people. They're not going to do the work very well with them that. They could travel their the teacher is disappointed. The teachers, some of the teachers just add them in the broadcast kind of thing.
Fix my eyes.
You guys they don't come to hang out a little bit or something. You're not over limited. We want to play the orange like no, I'm not watching the videos, but it's just going right into it. I want to put regular person rock in there. But in the type of right now there's no proof for rock there right now. Because I thought that, they're not proof different, but they're regular. It's actually both from Demon only for now. Otherwise they can walk on the other time when I'm not, doing my kind of. Drugman, I think. Yeah, the PS7 just came in. I think that's the Drugman. Drugman. I think that's in the PS7 just recently, just now. Yeah, I think that's Drugman. Yeah. See, this see now what I told you? Now we're getting this trend of the name, how you're supposed to get it in this one. Yeah, that you have to figure it out on that one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, they'll be all glazing the Hollywood body, but it's not there. Hollywood got there because these guys are messing up with the autograph kind of thing. I said no autograph. Yeah, they can. This thing is more bullion, that one. Yeah. Or that Hollywood, yeah, still would have been theirs. You never know. They could be Jane passing by or limousine or something. Hey, there was a limousine passing here. Yeah, we did a catwalk with lots of, a lot of motorcycles and a limousine there, political kind. Yeah, it did go way before the Moderate Day here. Yeah, it did pass this way, heading eastward. Yeah. Oh, there's that. Oh, another one here? That's on the other side. That one is because that one is just one. Yeah. They're inside of that thing. Yeah, they're oh, the leader one's in this one. The boss fight is different. Yeah, this one, the boss, it spawns just like the stage and everything. Yeah, they get back to normal and then it's like second. That's why you need second round of ammos in that one. Yeah, see, that's what ammos you need to kill the club. Oh, you have to use a club, very strong club. I like an axe club, definitely. You hit it harder and harder. This one's lighter than the other one. This is 4% and the 4% of the weight, and the other one is 8% of the weight. And no, this was 2% of the weight, 4%, 8% of the food content. We're coming back into this one. Yeah, that's one was for free. Oh, that house is there. There's another one on the other side of that one. Yeah, that's the thing. Listening to the music on PS7. No, we can listen to the music any time, but once you come in this one, yeah, it turns off on its own. Yeah, but I don't know when I tried out. I don't know if you can see the name. See when you go to play PS7. I don't know if I come back right away. I don't know if you can see it or not. Sometimes it shows you on the screen. Yeah, it shows you that time when you. Yeah, no, you can listen to all the things. You can searching the PS7, go to the stores and everything inside the PS. You can listen to the music. But as soon as you get to here, the broadcast no, you can listen to the music while you're playing the game. Yeah, you can listen to while you're playing the. But when you're in the PS7, when you're in the broadcast, then it shuts up on its own. Yeah, it shuts up on its own. Yeah. These guys don't have the feature. These guys don't have the feature on that one. This one, yeah, I'm gonna check this. Yeah, this one, when you what do you call it? Spotify, when you go in the distance, that's when I will pay the description because then you can listen on the way. They said you could. Yeah, listen. I think it was this YouTube or whatever. You could pay for it, and you I don't know if you can listen to the. Yeah, you can listen to the. Without signing in. You can listen. Yeah, it says you can listen without signing in. Yeah, without signing in, you can listen to it. But you have to pay for the. I think you have to pay for the description first. I tried that on my iPod anyway. It didn't. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. I'm in my Gladiator. Yeah, I use Gladiator. You guys might have seen my flybys on those ones. Yeah, Gladiator. Yes, yeah, what's wrong with the like a bow and arrow kind of thing. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. The new account on that one. Yeah, so there's no worry on that one. This book is recommended here, yeah, in Vancouver. Yeah, this is the pink one. Last time I seen them, one of them, it maybe looks like a leader kind of guy, but not the town guy, yeah, that's not the town. It's been so close to that little bit of ticket on there. This one there.
Tuve que hacerme fuerte como las montañas, con la mente en calma como la llanura. Después de haber llorado par de cataratas, aprendí a respirar a pesar de la altura y me fui para el sur, buscando el cielo, con el alma fría como hielo. Y estuve tú en el reflejo de ese lago azul.
What's the from the DC5 one? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, somehow, yeah.
Desde arriba con mi caminar. El canto de mis cuerdas viaja por la tierra como llorará.
My PS4 is down on that one. It's still down on that.
Se cansó de llorar y al final aprendió a sonreír. Tanto llovió que mi río creció
the other girl who's playing on Minecraft, her name is better name, and you said that if your mom give you that name, or parents give you that name,
entre excesos y lujuria, pero seguí, con perdón pero me moría, si juré morir con gloria, por eso subir estoy alta en el cielo, tengo el alma dorada como el sol, bailando como el viento, sé dónde
just the name of part in that one. Yeah, it's just the name of part. So it's just the name that you're not hanging out in your name anymore. That when you bother them, they won't say that that's
El canto de mis cuerdas viaja por la tierra como llorará. Mi corazón se cansó de llorar y al final aprendió a sonreír.
There wasn't a purse, yeah, I know.
Tanto llovió que mi río creció y ahora solo me sale fluir.
Oh, we got the nuclear bit there right there. We didn't have it that heavy weight, a little bit lighter weight. Yeah. This will be above here somewhere. Right here. I will pay attention either the triangle or the X. And here we'll see what happens. Yeah, the eating kind of restaurant. My mom's making kind of way. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, that's the thing. But that's a regular food I eat. Yeah, I know you just bake it and then you think it's just for a year or something like that. We have to hit it in the right place. Yeah, but if it's the chest, yeah, you have to be a little bit above the chest, yeah. Going quicker. If you don't have the armor, you'll die quicker. And just sometimes the stick will activate on its own, second, third, fourth, like that. How much do you have with it? I'm keeping it closer. You have to keep it closer that I can read it. Okay, that's nice. His arm. You can reduce his arm strength. But let me go loot the weapon first. I think these things here. We're not keeping with that. I'll say that's the thing, yeah. See, I'm doing my own water. Doing my bucket. Yeah, that's what's happening. In this one, you listen to it kind of in this music. It's like a leader kind of, but leader only on the music kind of thing. I'm gonna go look up and just check something. Check on here. Yeah, these guys will die really quickly. Those things are a little bit more stronger, kind of. Yeah, kind of thing. What's in the new by focus? It looks like a Canadian leaf on it, like a took with the half of it.
What's that sound?
It's the sound of money being sucked out of our home. Time to upgrade our windows, doors, and insulation.
That sounds expensive.
What's expensive is paying for heating and cooling that just leaks outside. With high-efficiency upgrades, we'll use less energy, which could help reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions. Plus, we'll save money with FortisBC's rebates.
Rebates? Did you hear that?
Visit FortisBC.com/rebates to discover all our, go ahead,
rebates
to help conserve energy in your home. Energy for a better BC.
Our heater in the summer it's turned off. Yeah, in the winter, summertime they turn it off. Everybody's off. Turn it off, and then when the winter comes, they turn it back on. Yeah, completely turned off. Nothing's on. Yeah, we don't have any controls here. Yeah, there's no controls here. Everybody has the same temperature and ever since. Yeah. So well, it's different. Yeah. You completely shut it off. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's normal. It's normal. Yeah, it's normal. It's not bad at all. I said it's winter's on and summer's turned off. Yeah, that's the normal thing. Well, it's just like Canada was built in ice and snow and then people too. Yeah, and then we can survive that. We don't want that. Yeah, exactly. We don't want that going on. Yeah, people are here. Here, people trying to get that lifestyle out here. Lifestyle. If they didn't want the lifestyle, what they're doing here, what they're doing in this destination here. This whole half the content is actually. Yeah. If you don't like it, move along. Move along. You're in the wrong place. Yeah, move along. Yeah, looks like it just... Where's the other guy? The other people should not talk for other people if they're you're doing your own threatening here. And here you let her use you tell her to use that talent on them. Yeah, use it up in the attitude, yeah, or his colleague or something. Yeah, use it on them. You see, you're giving them to use it. Yeah, if then if someone asks you why you use that, tell them I'm just helping. Yeah, for the self-defense only. And then and then we put it back in our own museum kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, because they won't take that. They won't take it away because if you did the self-defense on her, yeah, because it's threatening. You won't think what to do with threatening. Yeah, you think you do the same thing like my dental kind of thing. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, you can do self-defense. Fire, turn. Yeah, fire, for me. All above, yeah, all above. Come next, yeah, one go. Almost like an animation kind of thing, going right at you for nothing. Hello Kitty kind of guy. Yeah, he's just the outfit was the blackish color. The black outfit. Oh, I don't know which place this people are, but that's why they say everything is the kind of thing. Even the clothes. What color these guys wear? What color do you wear? Yeah, that's the thing. What color we should yeah, we should them in color. No, that's it. You need that color in your color too. Travel doesn't. Yeah. Because sometimes this guy travel doesn't have a color kind of, just chooses one color. Yeah. So yeah, because you lose it in your religion color, because you say you don't like it. Yeah. You're very lucky when you get to keep the color in your religion color too. Yeah, they said, and then they have a little specks of that kind of color too. You say, do they? Yeah, there was a lady or something. It said, like his eyes, right? He came in, and then it said, okay. I said, Donald Trump was kind of looking before people were beside my window. So she shifted and she left. Yeah, so I'm leaving. He doesn't want to. Yeah, I think he could be possessed. Yeah, this one could have been because he just walked in and said, you guys can't just walk away from this time. So yeah, she left after a while. Yeah, that's that. But other ones, yeah, the guys, they don't leave. They will just hover till they fall to the ground. Not the other. Yeah, not the other one. That is what that's the only time when I noticed they did that. Only when the plane lands safely. Yeah. Because very rarely you go to the prayer area anyway. Yeah, because everybody will pray different way. But in the safe landing, yeah, they go to the ground like they're praying. Yeah, thinking theirs. Yeah, and then they're thinking that they always landed safely. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They did. Yeah, you might. Yeah, that's when they play arrived early. You know. It could be the Took ones. Yeah, the Took they wear. Yeah, not the other ones. Then it's the opposite of it. Then yes, it's opposite. Yes, opposite. Yeah. Yes, opposite. Yeah. But the good save. Yeah, please. Yeah. If they come to the platform, landing platform. Yeah, then. Yeah. Thinking. Yeah. Okay, this was all the mixed music. But this is pretty different. Not Book of Life, right? No, ship it. It's called the Motorcycle Diaries. Yeah, Departure. Or A-P-E-R-T-U-R-A, Aperture, yeah. Oh, he's in the, I think he's in the second one here. Gascover, you guys are saying the both at the same time, yeah, that's right, yeah. That's what demon readers get, yeah. That's over here. That's what demon readers get, yeah. You can see he's from, yeah. That's all I think it's lit here, the music is here. Mixed one. You can see. It still plays on the side, yeah. There's a little picture right on the side. Yeah, just like the YouTube, you know, the Android one, yeah, there's still plays on it. When the first one, they should give that at least a point of something in the P kind of section to give you, but it doesn't even want to. Yeah, I don't know what is the point they give you into one of them. They don't give you, or else this is the point that when you put the like puts together, at that point give you point together. Maybe is that what maybe it is? Yeah, maybe that could be it is. When you're putting the like 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, yeah, that P will pass into it. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. If you use one, you can put more of it. Yeah. I don't know. The Hello Kitty talking about heading, like, yeah, the kitty, yeah. Hello Kitty, yeah. Nobody has this cat here. See it, Tony? Nobody has this cat here. Yeah, just said nobody has a cat here. Yeah, exactly. I think this is the cat was in the second round on our back. Yeah. Just hanging out how to get inside. Yeah, I think the dog, the ghost dog, brought it inside here. The ghost dog is somewhere down and about. Yeah, he's reaching for the like he wants to play kind of thing. I can see the feeling kind of thing a distant way. Yeah. When you notice it, then you come closer. But he watches the person who's living in it, is okay or not. Yeah. No one wanted to come and take the dog. These guys are saying that kind of thing. Even someone said the cat is yours too. Or the cat is yours too. Oh, the son of the orange, the son of the lady, and she has an orange cat. Yeah, sometimes the orange cat used to come and sit down on the coffee table sometimes when my mom leaves the window, the sliding door open. Yeah, his son. He said that cat is yours. Yeah. I didn't see the gum here before. There's the gum here. Yeah, we don't. Milk vending machine is really good too. Yeah, that is good too. And that one. Oh, this is coming through. Some currency here too. That was in the PS4 running up your laptop desktop computer. Yeah, we're hanging with that. It's a teenager's hangout kind of thing. Yeah, you get all the world to hang out in there. Yeah, there was a swimming pool. You got a slides in the front. Yeah, dancing on the platform kind of thing with kind of thing. Yeah. They're trying to get attracted that people will hang out in that kind. Yeah. You stay a little bit longer when they go back to their world. Yeah. And there's a park one too. Hang out at the park area and everything there. We do have it. I don't know how much we get. A good lot. But we'll see how much we can. Please. call out somebody's stick. There's someone goes from Zigzag Yard, heading into the towards the Incan. Yeah, I play call out somebody's stick. Call out something to you. Say what game you play. Call out somebody's stick. Oh, see, yes, see that. What happens if there what do you call it I think we're gonna might not have enough. Oh, we'll have enough. That was the first one, the way that did you see there's something about the amount of I think we didn't change the we didn't get one planning here. Why should get more oh here, okay. So let me go a little bit more. That's a lot of boot camp. Oh, we did have a little bit spring in here.
On April 5th, Vancouver voters will elect 2 new city councillors in the 2025 by-election. If getting to a polling station isn't an option for you, that's okay. You can still vote by mail. Voting by mail is designed to be simple and accessible, ensuring your voice is heard. Whether you need a more flexible way to vote or just prefer to cast your ballot from home, this is your city and this is your by-election. Apply to vote by mail at vancouver.ca/vote and help shape your community in the April 5th Vancouver by-election.
Just walk past. Yeah,
when planning for life's most important moments, sometimes the hardest part is simply knowing where to start. That's why we're here to help. When you pre-plan and prepay a celebration of life with us, every detail will be handled with simplicity and professionalism, giving you the peace of mind that you've done all you can today to remove any burden from your loved ones tomorrow. We're your local Dignity Memorial provider. Find us at dignitymemorial.ca. The Dignity Memorial brand is 29 licensed funeral, cremation, and cemetery providers owned and operated by affiliates of Service Corporation International.
The undertaker one. We talk about these guys. This is a result commercial one. Yes, they recently will come closer. Yeah, these guys, the undertaker, these guys. Yeah, come on. I think that's all there is in here. I think there's something more that we got about. How much did we get in here? 8, 9, 10. There's 2 more here. No, we found 2 dead ones. If you refresh it, then we may be lucky. I know it's very unworthy to refresh. You're going not bad at all. Not bad at all. Only the only place we'll find them is this far here. Right about here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's far. Yeah, that is way too far. Yeah, that's too far. But the other one was here. That is way a bit more further here. Yeah, that's too far. Yeah. I'd rather refresh it, but only the world. You don't need to refresh the other one. Yeah, this one from Assassin's Creed. I think that I got the same emblem. Yeah, I got the same emblem. Yeah, it's from North Vancouver there. Yeah, the Channel of Love. Oh, the Channel of Love one. Oh, that one. That's the quest line over there at the what do you call it? Oh, you did go past it. Oh, you might have to refresh it. Oh, Channel Love is over there, where the Western one we had. Yeah, I bought a rifle before, but I win another rifle anyways. Yeah, I bought it from a vendor, player vendor, and then we won it anyways. Harpo, is this Harpo? Nico then. Harpo, I think it's Harpo. Yeah, we know the Harpo. Harpo real is a jet. Yeah, Harpo real is jet. We then, yeah. Exactly, that could be Harpo's name. Harpo, that's the name of the PSN one. The PSN, yeah, the name, yeah, the PSN name. Yeah, that would be really good term, but that's the copyright kind of, we'll keep it in the YouTube, that's the thing. Yeah, people get to review on that one. Yeah, just kind of figure out. They got something to do. Yeah, kind of. That gives your mind, not mind control, but kind of figured out your mind works a little bit more. Not extra hours, not extra hours. But there was a dead one here. We went up there already, and then we went over there. Those are the main places there is. Let me refresh it. On this one, how much did we got in this one? On the first one, we did get that. So this one is putting some combos together. Yeah, on this one, that's what it is. That's what it is. But if you got that one done, if you had that one done already, I would have went for this one. Yeah, the legendary module X. Yeah, that's what you need a lot. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause it. I got about 370 of that one. So I'm going to put, which one I'm going to put the color? I'm going to put it in the paint one. The color, yeah, the paint. So you won't, by mistake, sell it. But or else, if I was going to make it, I will make one module cost one. I think one star is one module. So you can make about 300 and something of the weapons. That's still one of the module, and then the later one you need to get more of it. Yeah. I like bobby pin. Bobby pin's good. Wait, bobby pin. Bobblehead is good. You can use the quest line. Yeah, you use that for the quest line. Yeah, you use that for the quest line. Sure. Yeah, I did got it recently. No, not this one. It's the other one, not this one. The book, the magazine. Yeah, the other magazine, not this one. Yeah, magazine. Yeah, magazine. You have to, if you want to read it, yeah, you're not going to look at it and just put it away. You have to get it and then click it. And click it. When you read it, it's like it disposes away. Yeah, dispose of, yeah. Yeah, you can get much, and even this one too. X times the replaces, you can get lots of this if you want. It's multi-time. Just keep on going and on going. Till Tuesday. Till today. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow maybe good morning. But tomorrow good morning, we're gonna go in. We're gonna go early in the morning. Yeah, we're gonna go applicant. We're going applicant maintenance. Yeah, so you have to do that by midnight. But you're lucky they will have it in the morning or not at all. Because these guys are not resetting. Yeah, these guys are not resetting it after 9 o'clock because this starts at Eastern time. Yeah, it starts Eastern time. So this starts Eastern. That goes with us too. So or else we have to wait till 9 o'clock. Yeah, they're 9 o'clock. Yeah, they're 9 o'clock. This starts. Yeah, they're 9 o'clock. This North American Eastern time. Yeah, our Eastern time. Ours. Yeah, not the UIs. Not the UIs. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's reset. Let's eat the food first. Let's eat the food first, so that gives us a little better option. Yeah, these kind of. Oh, mystery magazine. Oh, that is hey, this is for the keepers too. Oh, contains one random book of magazine. We got 3. Here's the mystery. So this one, first time when we got it, yeah, I saved it one. Yeah, this one. And there's another one here. Yeah, mine is running away. I know. And this one is Christmas time. I kept on there's 3 sizes. Yeah, there's 3 sizes. Yeah, there's another one, holiday. Yeah, there's a large. I think this could be the small one. Yeah, furry. And dusty mole rat. I might need to use this one. Let me use this one. What is the weight in this one? 1 weight. Yeah, let's use 1. We don't need 2 of these. What is this good? A low qualified, or just not, or just to see. Oh, it's giving those products. Gold scrap, Syntex 3, floaters, grenade, and aluminum scraps. Oh, that, yeah. And a 5mm round of 73. That's not bad. It's just like the ones you pick up in the ground over there sometimes. Something like that. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, disease core. Yeah, we always keep the disease core at all times. Yeah, you're dying. And we got the Kota's High Priest package. Yeah, that one is over the praying one. This one I got it before. Yeah, it looks like a coastal attack. They have one. No, this one does go. This one goes with this one. Yeah, this one on me, and the rest are there. Yeah, the rest of these ones. Yeah, I got lots of these ones. I was gonna sell it to the players. Yeah, it gives them a respect, just like that. It's like the hand wipe or that like the hand wipe and the way the tea time is. It kind of gives them a clear mind. It gives a clear mind kind of thing. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's the old hand wipe kind of thing. Yeah. A good way, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's unstoppable too. Yeah, like that medicine one. Yeah, that one. These are all common in Fallout 4. The Fallout 4 has a, that's one. I don't want to give you a tour in any of those, because I haven't really expanded on that one, yeah. Here, there's another one, Trick or Treat one. First time came out, I kept that one, but you can't sell it to the vendor, so I didn't. I was gonna put it in the. I was gonna put it in the. That one. In the. What is the weight in this one? A little bit more than the regular other. Yeah, that's one. This one will be good to sell, as Dr. Science said. I kept it so long to sell it to everybody, it got spoiled. We tell the story for everything, yeah, everything is getting spoiled. Oh, here's a small one right here. That's the medium, yeah, this is the small one. Right here. You got Skittles. Skittles, did you guys try that Skittles and M&M's kind of thing? Yeah, that's Skittles. It's sour kind, yeah. The Skittles, yeah. Photo shoot, I can put that in short for you. Yeah. I should have a vending machine. Yeah, I should have my own vending machine seller. Yeah, I need someone. Yeah. I want to see if someone can set it up for me. Yeah, but if you can like that, then I need someone to put it into a parcel and mail it. Yeah, someone has to do that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, someone. Yeah, that's it. Because you need a good, clean place to do these things. Yeah, you need like storage bin ladder or something, like sit down like that and then do it. Yeah, in the storage bin you can sit all day you want there, but without anything else. No content. You can have a lunch. Yeah, lunch is okay. And you can't have. I don't know if you can. If I can bring my trailer, if I can have my charging one, then I can maybe they'll let me use it. But you can't use theirs. I can bring mine and use mine there. Yeah, charging cord, energizer. Yeah, see, I got one up in space. Yeah, like that you can. Yeah. Because say if I was gonna get the parking tray, that the cubby that you close it, that one, yeah, that I can put it in my storage bin ladder for a little while, yeah, like that, yeah, something like that, yeah. But in the storage bin, it's dust free, yeah, no dust in there. Yeah, they got a ventilation there, yeah, that is good place there, yeah, ventilation there. And there's a maintenance lady, girl or whatever, they'll do the floors all the time, yeah, all the time. Just like Sue Manager does, yeah, there's. So you have no problem there. Always there, always there. Boy Scouts got here. Yeah, this is, you can create this, but you have to put two of these together. Oh, this one? Yeah, this one, then you can create this one. Yeah, I like the name Pledge. I must see if I can put that in the with the Hey, I can put it with the. You can put it with what do you call it with my outfit with a thick one, and I'm gonna put both. I'm gonna put all three together, even the Western one, and then this one I'm gonna put it first. I'll put this one first, then I'll put the Blaptic one. Yeah, the electric one, a claptic one, then the outfit, because there's about 8. I could put 8 items in it. Yeah, so there's a lot of space. Yeah. No, that'd be good, yeah. This one looks like you're turning into a werewolf or something. You're gonna take it just when you get there, yeah. But if you put in the second, then you're just gonna be here. Now put the hat, put that one, leave that one, and then reel. Then you put that reel. Then if you put it together, it's safe. The reel, then the reel is dead. Yeah. We'll put that way. Then we can put it that way, and then onward, yeah. I think we just need one, but we're not gonna have a hat, but we're gonna get the outfit only. Yeah. We'll put a training that we'll tell them. Yeah. But no, we won't tell them. Oh, they're gonna spam it. Yeah. Later on. Once we finish, then we can. Yeah. Once we finish, it goes to the consumers. Yeah, we'll go to the consumers thing. I'll write the decal on the side. Yes. Once we finish that, then it goes to the consumer. Yeah, we can do that. We can get. We not need it too much because we'll get weight. They're about 10 ounce each. Oh, okay. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna go to that one. Stephen Watkinson. Sometimes some names might be new, but it's good to put it in anyways, and then we try to figure it out after. You never know, we'll run into that name later on. Yeah. But there will be like in the YouTube, you can see the picture of the person. Yeah. Okay, let's go to this side. Go here. Everybody. Oh no, everybody. There are people on like. They're in the private. Yeah, the color. Yeah, they are in private light. Yeah, they are in private. Yeah, they're right here. See, here's a private one. Yeah, they are in private. Yeah, private. And some are in the main menu too. Yeah, they're in the menu too. Yeah, they show the main menus. Oh, and then the rest are offline. Yes, there's lots offline. And we won't bother them spamming to there. Yeah, that's no good. That's how they want to be left. Okay, now we can. And then the other one is and this recent one. It's all the names in this one. We won't add it. This is the normal. They'll come and then we add it. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna refresh it for the more minors. Yeah, because two. Yeah, we need 2 more inside. Okay, there. Look like they're all gonna come with us. Yeah. Oh, this one will give you the pause of it. Yeah, you said the pause. Oh. Yeah. Someone we're going for a walk with his daughter and his father. Someone say, yeah, like the kind of thing, and he say, kind of, and then he, that's kind of. Yeah, they're just going for a walk around. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the father might go for a walk with friend, and then they descend, and then they most person who in the descent goes for a walk is the Tasma Kodora. Their kind here. Yeah, they're the people walk a lot. Yeah, but then the demon girl. I mean, I would call it what do you call that? Hello Kitty. Yeah, the Hello Kitty. Yeah, but then the Kodora. Yeah, just one. It's like in the conveyor belt. There's a vehicle within the assassins. Yeah, the assassin vehicle. There's a tin vehicles parking there. A tin vehicle there and a tin man. Yeah, in their showcase. There's a garage here where they sell tin vehicles to sell, parked here, not sell. They're parked there for a little while. Yeah, with the assassin because they're more with the assassin vehicle we talk about all that. So they're chosen the parking space with them. Yeah, I respect my thing. Broadcast. Murder in the moonlight. And then they talk about Kultura, murder in the moonlight. Yeah. there's a 9 exposed in this one, the Fallout one. Yeah, 9 exposed in this one. Where's the? Yeah, I think there's a. Oh, it's going upward there. There's a what? No, there's a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it goes from the opposite direction. Oh yeah. Okay, let me see. Let's see how this one works. Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah. Stop following rating to show the star, share, and show Spotify code. Oh, you can. Oh, how do you rate this show? Yeah, you can. The podcast. Yeah, you can rate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can individually rate them as the stars in this one. Yeah, that is pretty cool. It's good. That is good. We got followed already, but I must see. It wants in the podcast. You can't. We said you have to do it manually. It looks like to me. Yeah. Oh no, it's back. Yeah. Here's a. Yeah, I think you have to start from the. Yeah, these guys have it opposite. I think this one. You can. No, you can put it together. Yeah. Yeah, you can put it together.
Yeah. And I'm blown away by it. It's one of the best TV shows I have ever seen. And then I found out, oh, it's this guy that Shannon introduced me to that I haven't had a chance to have lunch with yet. So I immediately want to meet Craig now that I've seen Chernobyl.
After I played The Last of Us, I was just in awe of the game. I was in awe of Neil. I didn't know him, so he just seemed like this mysterious sage on a mountain somewhere that I could not approach. But as the years go on, I become friendly with Shannon. I hear that she's working on The Last of Us Part 2. I'm obsessed. And she says, you know, you and Neil would be best friends. And I'm like, awesome! How do I do that? And she goes, well, you know, he's sort of shy. It's kind of hard to get through to him, and he's really busy. And I'm like, okay, well, I would just love, you know, at any point to sit down with him and just tell him how much I love what he's done. And at the same time, Sony had been talking to me about, hey, here are all these games we have. Which one of these do you think could be a good game to adapt? And I'm like, I don't see The Last of Us on here. And they're like, that one. Neil's doing that one. Chernobyl came out. The adaptation rights for The Last of Us reverted back to Naughty Dog and Neil. And he saw it.
And then, you know, I'm really curious about the process of how he was able to make this TV show at HBO. I'm a huge HBO fan. Like, The Wire, The Leftovers, The 6 Feet Under, some of my favorite shows of all time. So I asked him just like offhandedly, you know, let's just assume we wanted to make this as a TV show at HBO. What would that look like? And he said, oh, very easy. We go across the street and we meet with them and I tell them I want that to be my next project and we make it my next project. So I'm going into this meeting not knowing what to expect. So I just kind of sit there and I follow Craig's lead. And he launches into a pitch for the story for the executives that are in the room. And I'm like, okay, do I jump in? Do I help out? I was like, what if I don't? What if I just lean back in my chair and watch someone else pitch the story that I've pitched a million times? And I'm finding that he's going through it beat by beat. And first I'm impressed just how well he knows it. I'm being moved by a story that has become so rote to me at that point because I've told this pitch so many times, and I'm paying attention to this emotional reaction I'm having. And again, I feel the passion this guy has for the material. And then he finishes the pitch, and then Casey stands up and he's like, well, Craig, I told you whatever your next project is has to make you float. This is clearly it. And they turned to me and he's like, it was a pleasure meeting you. Let's make this show. And we all shake hands right then and there. And then we're off to the races making this TV show.
Let's talk about the cold open.
And Dr. Newman, you're also an epidemiologist. I presume the prospect of a viral pandemic keeps you up at night as well?
No.
No? No. All right, well, that's our show.
No, mankind has been at war with the virus from the start. Sometimes millions of people die, as in an actual war, but in the end, we always win.
But you, just to be clear, you do think microorganisms pose a threat?
Oh, in the most dire terms.
Bacteria?
No.
You like saying no?
Yes.
Not bacteria, not viruses, so...
Fungus. Yes, that's the usual response. Fungi seem harmless enough. Many species know otherwise, because there are some fungi who seek not to kill, but to control.
Who came up with the idea of doing this?
It was Craig.
Okay. When you pitched that to him,
yeah.
Are you going...
Well, I pitched it twice.
Okay.
I pitched it twice. The first time I pitched it, he was like, or we can, we can do the video. Because there's this great video, you can see it on YouTube, it's Planet Earth. You can watch this beautiful demonstration of how cordyceps works, how it takes over ant. It's quite horrifying, and it tells you everything you need to know. So what we had decided to do was make our own little video like that, which is interesting, but not necessarily compelling. It was kind of intellectual argument. You're being kind. It was kind of boring. It was a little boring. It was a little boring. It was a little boring to watch. It was a little bit like, oh, we're in social studies class. And I had written this thing actually like early, as if I had found a transcript of an old Dick Cavett. And I remember showing it to Neil, and he was like, "That's a little weird." And then we go make the whole show, and we're about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks away from wrapping. And I'm like, dude, I am not thrilled with this opening, and so I sent it to him again. And this time he was like, seeing the final version, seeing it edited, I loved it. As a fan, it catches you off guard and already signals to you everything you think you know about this, right? You don't know about this. Yeah. And I thought it achieved what we were trying to achieve with that other opening in a much more effective, dramatized way that starts giving you clues or like theories of like, maybe this is how it started. We're not saying definitively, but this is a pretty good theory. Yes, because then you're going to these like quote-unquote mundane moments with the Miller family. And this elevated all those scenes, because now because of that opening, there's a tension that's just like hanging in the air. So when they're having breakfast, it's tense. When they're driving to school, it's tense. When she's in that watch shop, everything became more tense and more captivating because of this opening. You contextualized it, yeah. And there was also a chance to address the elephant in the global room, which is we all just went through a viral pandemic. And I thought it was important to say to people, we are not a show that's asking you to share some of your own personal horror about the viral pandemic with us. We're not drafting off of it. We're here to tell you there's actually something much worse. That viral pandemics will happen again. They have happened before. There will be millions of people who will die again. This is part of the natural cycle of the planet. But what has not happened yet is a fungal pandemic. And if it does, we're not making that up. It's going to be terrible and possibly unrecoverable because fungi are far more complicated and far more integrated into the life and death cycle of the Earth than viruses are. So we wanted to sort of acknowledge that everybody went through this and then dig in a little underneath it and say, sorry to tell you, but there's something worse behind it.
Viruses can make us ill, but fungi can alter our very minds. There's a fungus that infects insects, gets inside an ant, for example, travels through its circulatory system to the ant's brain, and then floods it with hallucinogens, thus bending the ant's mind to its will.
Because you're making this for two audiences, right? There's two people that are sitting down and watching this. People who have played the game, people who haven't. Right. So this feels like it's taking the people that have no idea what the story is about and helping to contextualize what the story is really about. But then also saying to the people who have played the game,
get ready.
Yeah.
Be on your toes. Yeah, and I think that it is value added for people who have played the game because I have played the game and I was always sort of on alert for that. You know, if there's something comes in that's wildly different and new, would it feel to me as somebody who played the game like I'm getting to see awesome new stuff as opposed to just different or pointlessly different. One of the things that the opening does is place everything also within the context of a longer time span. It was important to me that this opening take place many, many decades before cordyceps comes around because I like the idea that
These things that come and get us don't just show up when we need them to because we're starting to air a television show. Somebody knows 30, 40, 50 years ago.
It's a slow burn.
Today happens to be the day it finally happens, but it was waiting out there, and we were told, and that's a very, kind of Chernobyl thing that I'm obsessed with, is the idea that we know things, and we all agree that they're going to happen, and then we pretend they're not.
For what this show is really about, you really took your time to show a single infected. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the first time that you do see someone infected, it's the wonderful, neighbor next door.
Yes, Nana.
Which was horrifying.
Good.
And the thing to me that was so horrifying is, to me, it's not a cliche. It's a very useful tool. When animals pick up on stuff before we do.
Yes.
That moment with the dog, it's just terrifying.
I remember experiencing the prologue of the game, and when that neighbor shows up and Joel has to shoot him, it's terrifying. And we thought, well, we have an opportunity to meet that person first. If you know somebody and you see them smiling and talking to you, and then you see what they look like, it's that much more scary. And then the question is, well, what's scarier than a middle-aged next-door neighbor guy? How about an incredibly elderly person who can't even move?
Right.
Because once the fungus gets inside, we like the idea that it could just simply root around whatever had gone wrong in your brain and led to catatonia or Parkinson's or any of these kind of neuromuscular disorders, and essentially started to animate her again. That seemed the scariest of all.
There's a contradiction of like the infected being beautiful and incredibly scary at the same time. And here's this weird contradiction of like it's fixing her, yeah, but it's fixing what's broken inside of her, right? But it's taken her mind with it.
Yes. That this person who essentially was the kind of, you forget about them, right? She tries to feed her Jello. Why am I talking to her? She's deaf. She's kind of comic. We made a point of making this sort of joke about how she couldn't even eat biscuits.
Right.
By the way, a lot of little details are going to come back around. We don't want to give spoilers, but I will say this. Careful viewers of this episode will be rewarded repeatedly because little bits of breadcrumbs have been planted that are going to pay off later in interesting ways.
Both of you have a separate attachment to these characters. And for you, Neil, this is a story that you helped create, you helped shape these characters. How do the two of you create a new story that remains true to the one that brought you to where you're at now?
So Craig and I started working while we were Naughty Dog finishing Last of Us Part 2. So Craig would come over for lunches and we would start breaking the season. And I think one of the first things we did is just talk about what stays. What are the things that like we should absolutely keep? And like the outbreak being from Sarah's POV. That felt like an important thing to keep. And I think we just started putting a bunch of pins and things. And then you start looking at, well, where are the gaps? Where are the things that we felt like the game is doing something that would not work on the show? And usually it was surrounded with a lot of action. Because for the game, you need that kind of gameplay. And you have to have enough gameplay to understand how it works and works on an instinctual level to create certain emotions that you just cannot create in this other medium. But there's a lot of other pros that you could do. You could expand on things, like when we're saying you're going to be with Sarah for a while. Right. You could really stretch that out and get to see more of the dynamics of this family in a way we could not do in the game.
But you're coming in it as a fan,
yes,
right? So how do you take the story and translate that story into a medium that it was not originally intended for?
I really enjoy playing stealth-based action games, always have, and The Last of Us provided some really cool stealth-based stuff, and then obviously there's sequences where it's just full-on crazy. And then completely separate from that was the experience I had of watching what, I hesitate to use the word cutscene, because it diminishes, I think, what you guys did, which was to create a passively experienced work of art with narrative and character relationship that I could watch like a show or like a movie.
It's more than a cutscene is a non-interactive moment in the game where you get to watch like a TV show, a sequence that's played in front of you cinematically. Usually it's 1 to 5 minutes long.
Yes. So when I sat down with Neil, part of that process of like, okay, what do we keep was really, to me, it was all about figuring out what I experienced passively that I loved. And the very first thing I remember Neil and I talking about,
I think that was
okay, let's step aside from the way the game works and let's just talk about what we would do. And I remember we were talking about how to quickly and effectively dramatize how different Joel was after 20 years. We meet him, we see this traumatic event occur, we jump ahead in 20 years. How do we show in this, the most visceral way, unburdened by teaching people how to walk, move, jump, and crawl, how do we show how different he is? And that's when we came up with this notion that after experiencing his daughter dying in his arms and how broken that made him, 20 years later, he's the one who has no problem picking up another dead body of a child and dumping it into the fire because he's closed off completely.
The mirroring of that for me when I'm watching the episode, because you go from a father holding the child to the 20 years later, you start on this boy walking mindlessly almost, seeking asylum.
So they know that.
What if I told you that after we gave you some medicine,
they find your
favorite food
then they know that some of the without that kind of thing doesn't. Because they want to see what the home looks like inside. Yeah, you don't want to
as many as you want to play with.
That one. Yeah, so it's good to have something on that they know that someone's there.
It's just a little needle. It's okay. You're safe.
I thought we did a really good job there. Because there's all the stuff we want to teach people, just like, you know, in a video game you teach them, but you have to teach them in a different way because they need to move around. Here we're not moving around, we're watching. And we wanted to show that Fedra was not an easy villain, but also certainly not the good guys. We wanted to establish the scanner because that scanner comes back later. Just a little simple practical thing like that matters a lot when you're watching to show what it means when the light turns red and what the cost is when the light turns red.
This is actually a great example of a change made from the game, because the equivalent of the scene in the game is right after the 20 years later, you are walking around as Joel, and you see people lined up, getting scanned, and one of them tests positive and gets shot, which tells you a lot about how Fedra operates, and what the scanner is, which also, again, serving similar functions, but in a more immersive way that it feels like something you could miss.
As well as also, because Joel you can't just walk past her, it is something that is happening as you're moving. It is a pedestrian, borderline banal thing. Like people get lined up, people get pulled up, people get test positive, people get shot.
Which is a total thing. Because the other thing is, when you are playing a game, I can't necessarily explain why, but somebody getting shot in the street in the QZ and then other people going move along and people move along feels acceptable. When you are shooting live action with people, if someone gets shot in the street, people are going to scream, and there's going to be blood and brains and harm, and it's upsetting, and children are going to cry, and people are going to run. It's just a different thing. So we have to start to think also about violence, because violence in video games is far more palatable, I think.
Yeah.
One thing, like, if we want to talk about things we didn't get right.
What?
This episode 1 used to be episode 1 and episode 2.
That's right.
100%.
So, like, it used to just end on the 20 years later and seeing the kid and seeing Joel throw the kid in the fire. And that was it. That was episode 1.
Why the change?
Well, HBO, I think correctly, this is where you want good partners at the network, right? Like, I always feel like the best network executives are there to honestly represent the audience. That's what they can do best. They're not supposed to write things for us. They're supposed to tell us how they feel, and we're supposed to have faith in their proxy ability. And in this case, our proxies there, Casey Bloys and Frank Dorsey, were saying it's not necessarily going to make me want to come back. right? The whole season, the whole story of The Last of Us is about Joel and Ellie. Well, if we only get like a little glimpse of her at the end of episode 1, and we don't bring them together, and we don't understand their journey,
so we're gonna go toward,
and it just ends with a kid dying, and then another kid dying, and then credits, people may just not want to come back. And it was important for them
we're gonna get them all
because they love the show. And they were like, it will hurt all of us in our hearts if they don't want to come back.
And in hindsight, the feedback makes complete sense.
They were right.
Right? Because like we had a version where we ended on Ellie and looking out the window and you see that she's changed. Like, oh, there's a mystery here, but like, we haven't established why you should care about this kid. We care about this kid because we know where this journey is going and how important this kid is. And it's like, I remember when I worked on the game, this was always like a test for people. I would be like, what's the inciting incident? And they'd be like, oh, when Sarah dies, obviously. I'm like, nope. It's when Joel runs into Ellie. That's the thing that changes his life.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, we didn't get to that moment. We have to get to that moment. That's the start of this journey. So that's why, again, in hindsight, that feedback makes complete sense, and the episode is so much better for it.
Yep. I mean, the plot of our show obviously is going to relate very closely to the plot of the game, and if you want to boil the plot of the game down to its simplest, it's man takes girl from A to B.
I could even... The log line is, I need a battery.
Right. Well, that's the thing. And so the question is, like, we really did, in the game, because you're spending so much time in the beginning learning how to play, the game could not put plot on you. If they put a bunch of plot on you, it would have felt like, oh my god, but I'm still learning how to duck. I'm still learning how to listen and throw a bottle. We didn't have that constraint.
Alexander,
and we felt it was important to create an urgency for our protagonist that was not at all connected to Ellie. That meeting Ellie was something that interrupted this urgency.
Right.
And that urgency, which in this case was sort of a simple invention, but I think it works pretty well. He talks to Tommy via this, we created this kind of like, network of ham radio operators, which made sense to us and felt realistic. And Tommy and he would exchange messages, and he hasn't heard back from Tommy in 3 weeks, and he's panicked, and he needs to go save his brother. Because that in and of itself is an interesting thematic choice for Joel that gets paid off. But in his desire to get a truck battery, to put in a truck, to be able to drive, to get out to Wyoming,
he's a cigarette salesperson because he has an accent. And there was an accent here talking about Dora, the same accent that maybe his granddaughter goes to Medina, realists get.
I want you to forget this ever happened.
Granddaughter, realists get.
What? It's just a truck battery.
Yeah.
I paid you for it, you sold it to someone else, and you spend my money. I mean, you think I've never done shit like that?
My guys fucked you up.
Yeah, so discipline them. Cut off her finger or whatever the fuck you want. I don't care, they're your fucking guys.
Because, that's the same name that the guy used when he said,
Robert is different.
He's a cigarette salesperson.
Tess is different.
Yep.
Of course, he's played by Anna Torv.
There's
a hardness to her that really speaks to this version.
Yeah.
There was one moment that we have in the game where you can see that Tess is the one who's leading Joel, and Joel is the muscle. There's some stuff that makes me angry that Pedro does because it's so good. Even his reaction when Tess says he got the battery.
Okay, we can go forward.
Nothing's lost. This shit like this is gonna happen. Now we just shake it off. Now we go get our cards back or the battery.
I need the battery, Tess. The truck's no good without one, and if I don't get to Tommy soon, he's gonna die out there.
His reaction sells the desperation of a simple thing.
I need you to take the breath.
This Ellie and Joel, or the Ransom, you're talking about the Ellie and Joel, The Ellie and Joel, that one they use the deck of cards. The deck of cards they use your time, or no, a little bit younger than you, with a minor's age, before teenagers,
I promised Robert that you wouldn't hurt him.
These guys over there got the deck of cards, they're minors before teenagers, they go in their lunchroom area, they get a card, and then who gets the closest to the wall, they get to keep it. They don't even know if it's collectible or not at all.
Treating him like a child.
I need you to take a breath.
And that makes him feel so dangerous.
The first card,
I love that. I love that dynamic between them. Like, she's one of the few that can control him.
I'm so glad you said
Joel Whisperer.
That scene was Anna's first day.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was directing. And she was very kind of like anxious and hyper, and she kept telling me, "This is just First Diana. It's First Diana."
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought, well, First Diana is pretty damn good.
Yeah,
because she nailed exactly what Neil's talking about.
The same question.
The notion of Joel as a little bit of a Frankenstein monster is more dangerous. To know that there is something volatile in him. That if she doesn't calm him down, he will go out there and hurt people. Now, this is not the same man we saw at the beginning of the episode. Something profound has changed. But what is interesting about the relationship as it progresses, and we will see more next week,
YouTube, they put in the chat
when hopefully people return to watch the next episode that Neil directed, that relationship is more complicated than we think. But the way she gently took control of that situation tells us everything we need to know. She is smart. She is insightful. She cares about him. Clearly, there's a love there, which is quite beautiful. And she is the only person that ultimately, I guess she's been sort of using him when she wants to let the genie out of the bottle. She says, "I would very much like for you to hurt him." Well, that's how you know that when the time is right, she's going to release him.
And that was a command.
Yes.
So here's what I want you to do.
Yes.
We're working our way kind of towards the end, and there's another divergence speaking to before we just kind of stumble upon Ellie.
Yep.
We really get the opportunity to establish Ellie well beforehand. We see this unique relationship that Marlene has and the involvement there.
So can I go?
No.
I won't tell anyone about any of this. I swear.
Where are you gonna go? Back to Federal Military School? You that anxious to be a soldier?
You think I chose that place? They put me there when I was a baby. It's for orphans.
They didn't put you there. I did. Ellie.
I'd love to talk a little bit more about where that came from and
sure.
Why not just stumble upon Ellie like we did in the game?
Part of the reason we would have had to wait that much longer to see Ellie.
Yes, and also there was something in the game that felt natural about discovering her in this process as Joel, because you are Joel in the game. But we are not Joel watching the show.
Yes.
And so it felt almost diminishing if we just happened to just land on this kid. We wanted a chance to meet her alone. And we also thought we had an opportunity to explain something interesting that Neil couldn't have done in the first game because he hadn't done Left Behind yet. So here's the sudden. So what happened to Ellie? And who's Riley? And why was Marlene the person that found them? And also, how does Marlene even know her name? And what does this mean that Marlene put her there? There's this rich history that we are hinting at that will become perfectly plain and clear as the season goes on. And the relationship between Ellie and Marlene in the game was sort of like, look, just take this kid. I need you to take this kid. It's important. Here you get the sense that Marlene has this profound connection to Ellie, which will be something that we're going to pay off and pull on quite a bit later on.
One of the biggest changes between the game and the show is the game is hardcore. That everything you're experiencing, everything you're seeing is either completely from Joel's perspective, Ellie's perspective, or for a tiny bit Sarah's perspective.
Right.
That's it. In the game, Tess tells you that she got jumped by Robert's men. Here you get to see it. It's hinted in the game that there's a romantic relationship between Joel and Tess. And here we see her crawl into bed with him. Like, again, we don't explicitly say it, but it's like, it's pretty much there.
Right.
You know that at some point, Marlene found Ellie, and she found out there's particular circumstances. Here you get to see more of that, of like, okay, how was she held? How did they decide to eventually leave with her? Like, you're coming into the game post all those things. Here we get to dramatize and see them. So in a way, this is it's making the game richer, because these events are referred to offhandedly. You get to experience what they were like.
The way the Fireflies show up in this series is very different than the game. So let's talk about the Fireflies for a minute.
Well, I would drive Neil crazy with my questions. I mean, I would, like, okay, how do you join the Fireflies? How do they know who to trust? How many are there? Where do they live? Is there one building? Is there multiple buildings?
How are
do
they painting graffiti inside of here if they exist outside?
All of these questions, I'm constantly asking these questions.
Often I can refer to facts, like for example, we had some information of how Riley was recruited, so we could talk about that. I'm like, and then I would tell him, here are things we've talked about while making the game that never made it into the game, so this was our thinking, this was our internal logic, and here are actual facts of what we saw in the game. So whenever we would lean into the facts, and then whenever there was a chance to elaborate or make something even more grounded, we would jump at that opportunity.
So we have to talk about Bella Ramsey, who of course plays Ellie.
We always said, like Neil and I said, we know the character of Ellie as it was inspired by the game. We have put that into the page. We are going to put that into our actors as we direct. They will perform. They don't need to play the game and see it. They probably shouldn't. And yet, they just had Ellie-ness. That combination of wisdom and sass and fear.
You guys go out there a lot?
I guess.
When was the last time?
Maybe a year, what's it matter?
But you know where to go. So we're gonna be okay.
Yeah. So what's the deal with you anyway? You some kind of bigwig's daughter or something?
Something like that.
But I love that scene because when he wakes up, she's afraid. She doesn't want to show him she's afraid, but she asks questions that indicate that she's afraid, which catches him, and this is where Pedro's amazing, leaning forward to put her at ease, because no matter how closed off he insists he is, he's not.
When he's a dad, and he will always be a dad.
Always be a dad. It just kind of comes out, right? There's this, he can't help himself, but he's certainly not going to be demonstrative about it. He's certainly not going to go over there and say, listen, it's going to be,
he's not going to be okay. He's like,
comfort her.
This is as good as I can get.
And if he had, she would have been like, oh, hey,
right,
who the fuck are you? But of course, then, after he does that, she turns around and gives him shit. Because she's Ellie. And she's paying him back for him being a jerk when he walked in the room in the first place.
There's another moment specifically between Joel and Ellie, right towards the end. They come out of the tunnel.
You gotta be shitting me. Okay, let's talk this out. Turn around. Yeah, hold on. Fucking knees. Get on your fucking knees. Hold on. What did I fucking tell you, man? I said stay the fuck home. Get on your knees.
Ellie pulls at the knife. She stabs him. The use of flashback is a really
dangerous.
It's a dangerous trap, right? Most people, I think, use a flashback as a cheap way of exposition.
Right.
That's not what this was.
No.
The flashback was
a flashback.
You need to see what's happening inside of his head,
right? Like a traumatic flashback, like a proper one.
And you see that this man has PTSD.
Come out before he gets stabbed or something.
He doesn't get angry. There's no even sense of survival. It is pure rage.
Well, it is pure rage when it manifests, but right before it's pure rage. If you look at Pedro's face, he's so wonderful in this moment. It's this crushing sadness.
Operation Ghost Money.
Before the anger is mourning and grief. You can see his heart breaking all over again. And this is very close in the frame. And I remember on that day, we had gone through a bunch of those things, and we were still, kind of finding Joel because it was early, in the process of making this first episode.
A little bit lower. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
One of the things that I kept saying to him was because you're so naturally tough and gruff and masculine and Joel, the more you can show me a scared, sad, frightened kid inside of you, the more I will connect with you and feel everything else. And that was the moment where he came to me and goes, I got it. That's it. There's Joel right there. It's that moment before he goes crazy. And then when he goes crazy, I understand why. It's not to punish this guy.
Yes.
It's because his heart is just blown open.
I know.
And there's also the moment
those things. There's not anybody in that.
I did it again.
It's not
that's almost look apologetic and realizing I just did this in front of a
we won't know, but
girl,
sometimes they come
and he looks,
yeah, then they will kind of.
And then there's the look.
No, it's not the kind. It's just everybody will get a little bit of everything.
Yep.
But he can. No, he knows the name. He might know the name, but that's why he's saying the kind.
Yep.
But without the kind, without reading everything, yeah, no. But he can say kind, but read everything as so different kind of thing. Yeah. So we're kind of analyzing and getting it corrected a little bit. Yeah.
And cries, even though that woman was trying to kill her,
exactly.
And she killed her. She can't believe what she just saw. She just saw her father murder someone.
This thing, yeah. Oh, because
Ellie sees something that isn't one swing.
Oh, that's a worker agent, yeah.
And that guy wasn't even threatening Joel's life, no. And he beats him to death. Punches him over and over and over. And Ellie is activated. And this
like that, something like that.
Is going to echo forward. This is something that Joel and I talked about a lot, which was understanding where Ellie goes and understanding what the connection is between Joel and Ellie. That there's a thread between them that is more than just, I used to have a kid, and you're also a kid. There's something else.
No, that is good,
that there's the connection already between Joel and Ellie that is different from his connection with some dog. And perhaps potentially stronger and certainly potentially more dangerous. Right? There's I'm looking up to what this man is capable of. That Ellie wants for herself. I want to take on one last thing. And Neil, I know how much music means to you with this story specifically.
Oh, you don't need to throw that.
The
scraps, so you can use the scrap on that. Exactly, yeah.
On the Depeche Mode. Yeah, Never Let Me Down Again. Yeah, Never Let Me Down Again.
The bottom frills.
There's a couple of different things throughout this series that people will see where music plays a part, and there's different versions of it. Obviously, we established there's a code of music, which is really cool. That again, I love that Ellie picks up on the fact that this is what this means, and she kind of tricks Joel into thinking that. I love the juxtaposition of a song that's 80s and happy is signaling something, we're moving to something horrible. Where did that song come from? There is a grand tradition of 80s music in The Last of Us and The Last of Us Part 2.
When you're going out,
and you can wait. 80s means trouble. I love that line because one of the things that Neil has done so beautifully in the work at Naughty Dog that he does is hurt you for the things you love. And taking things that are bright and beautiful and cheery and optimistic and getting this dark undertone.
I think that looks like
and a lot of 80s music is chipper and fun, but Never Let Me Down Again, what I was looking for was an 80s song that felt, at least initially, like, oh, it's an up-tempo 80s song, but lyrically had a darkness to it.
Yeah.
And what it's about is I'm taking a ride with my best friend. Now, what he was singing about was drugs.
Right.
It was a song about addiction. Well, Ellie's about to take a ride with her best friend. And Joel is dangerous.
That one is like narcotic.
Joel's about to take a ride with his best friend.
Yeah, you might have heard
know she's his best friend yet. She's a dangerous little girl. And the whole point is, you're never going to let me down.
Her name.
They are going to let each other down. And then they're not.
Yes.
And then they are, and then they're not. And that I thought was a really interesting
people catching up
way in. We are going to hear that song again. I won't tell you when or how, but it will be in a very different way and in a very different context.
No, it's good.
We are just at the start of their journey together. The music comes up in this episode, ends with the huge reveal that Ellie has a bite mark. She tests positive on the Fedra scanner, and she may not be showing signs of being infected now, but Joel and Tess know that it's just a matter of time. So wherever we're going, we're definitely heading into trouble, which I can't wait to talk about in next week's episode. Craig, thanks a million, man, for being here. Thanks, Troy. And, of course, the same to you, Neil. Goodbye. We will talk to you both next week.
Oh yeah, bye for me because that's it because I'm just keeping
This has been the official podcast for HBO's The Last of Us. I'm Troy Baker, joined as always by showrunners Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann. You can stream new episodes of the HBO original series The Last of Us Sundays on HBO Max, and then this podcast episode will air after that episode airs, and you can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. Please like and follow HBO's The Last of Us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And remember, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light.
This is the official companion podcast for HBO's The Last of Us, hosted by Troy Baker. Our producers are Elliot Adler, Bria Mariette, and Noah Caruso. Darby Maloney is our editor. The show is mixed by Hannes Brown. Our executive producers are Gabrielle Lewis and Barry Finkel. Production music is courtesy of HBO, and you can watch episodes of The Last of Us on HBO Max.
Yeah, that's 2 points. Yeah, I'm just heading up on that road path on that one, then follow the road path. Because if you go through this way, the Superman mutant and the crash site they use, that one, we're going to go a little bit above. Yeah, the radio towers there, the super mutants are in there too.
This is your chance.
Let's see.
You get her there.
What time is Mom?
You keep her alive.
Oh, it's lunchtime. Yeah, we have to eat something. But
you said everything right.
Hello, everybody. This is Troy Baker, your host here for the official The Last of Us podcast from HBO. If you were with us last week, we got to discuss
while
the pilot.
I'm listening to the music while I'm just looking in YouTube. Yeah, I'm just looking at YouTube right now.
Episode 2, which we hope that you have watched beforehand, because this episode deals with the very untimely, very tragic, but wonderfully beautiful demise of Anna Torv's character, Tess. So right now, let's jump straight into the conversation.
Oh, yeah. Fine. Click. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go a little bit further above. Someone going through the what do you call it, launcher going toward the pavement. Yeah, is the same. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh yeah, just give me a minute. Yeah. And go to maintain either you add blocks or don't say it just veered off because with people human they will go for among each other kind of thing. Yeah. We've been talking about it very long time. Yeah, kind of Yeah, that's it. No, we're not going to use it from that one. That's much worse than what you're talking now. Or someone put a comment to, yeah, just veer the obstacle kind of thing like that. Yeah, you see like that. Yeah, this is like a, see, that's like a orchid mom's decoration kind of thing. It's upside down like a belly flopping kind of thing. Yeah, like that. See? Yeah, like that. Not bad. Yeah, it's not a bad way of decorating the tree. That makes it look a little bit more unique for this uplift your world. Yeah, makes it look unique kind of way. Okay, we need to move further above more. We didn't pass the road yet. We just go because the road does go roundabout. So that's why it looks like, see, we're in the center, but we have to go. Yeah, there's a road right there. So we need to. And here's the radar. Yeah, this could take it to the radio tower, not the radar. Yeah, radio tower. Yeah. Yeah, yes. I don't know. Yeah, that's So let me veer the obstacle. It's somewhere here. And so we're going. Okay, let me yeah, right there. No, we had it. Okay, right there. And let me put the. If I put where we park here. Oh, still, that one still, yeah, it still shows on the, it still shows it, yeah, still shows on the, yeah, see, it was connected to the, YouTube, you know, that, yeah, before you sign into your Android.
Stepping on stage.
But sign it, and then you bring it downward, like it's, yeah, downward, and then it's straight there.
Now actually becoming tangible. What was that like for you?
It's one of the highlights of my life. I sometimes tell people,
like, oh, people who do the
Disneyland just for me.
People used to like, they want to
one of the greatest compliments
get them
I think an
to
artist
do
can
the
have
motion, like bring the screen, touching the screen, you know, like that one. Even at McGee sometimes like that.
I get to work with like hundreds of people that are at the top of their game. These are the best people you can get for TV. Like I got Craig Mason. I got like, all these people that are so in demand, and they want to make The Last of Us. That's the thing they want to work on for the next 200-day grueling shoot. walking on set, I could feel that love, and it made me emotional to see that and feel it.
But I'm curious for you, transitioning from just this white stage with 64 cameras all around and your actors are walking around in these weird spandex suits to now being on a set where the sets are practical, the props are practical, the actors are in wardrobe.
The big difference is you have to plan everything ahead of time on the TV show in a way you don't in the game. In the game, we do this performance capture, everybody's wearing these funny suits with these balls, and then once you get their performance and you kind of have it in 3D, you can place the camera wherever you want, you can change their costume, you can change the set, you can even change the character.
Right.
Can't do that on a TV show. You can to some degree with VFX, but for the most part, the frame you have is going to be pretty much your final frame. So there's all this prep work you have to do ahead of time. You're meeting with like all the department heads, whether it's like special effects, whether it's the costume, whether it's the set, whether it's the actors, and like doing a table read with them. Just so then you can get to that moment where like, okay, everything's ready to go, and you say, action. And then you hold your breath and hope it all comes together in the way that you've envisioned it. And when it does, it's this incredible high that you're like, oh my God, we all came together. There's this camaraderie, this collaboration that just feels amazing. And I've had a bunch of people ask me, it's like, oh, what was it like to direct? Is it so crazy? Were you nervous? I'm like, I steal this line from Craig, which is like, I cheated. Because they all love this material so much, and they want to do right by it, and they want to do right by me. Like, everyone is there to help me.
Honestly, I think the only piece of practical directing advice I gave him was to wait a little bit longer before saying cut. That was it. Because you do sometimes, you get these little bits of bobs of things that you can sort of keep.
There's a Firefly base camp somewhere out west. With doctors. They're working on a cure.
I've heard this before.
And whatever happened to me is the key to
finding the vaccine. That's what this is. We've heard this a million times. Vaccines, miracle cures, none of it works, ever.
Fuck you, man. I didn't ask for this.
You and me both. This isn't gonna end well, Tess. We need to go back.
Let's talk about the casting of Pedro Pascal.
Well, you know, there's an old saying that you write a movie 4 times: when you write it, when you cast it, when you shoot it, when you edit it. And casting seems like, wow, really? That's on the same level as writing and shooting and editing? Absolutely. So what happens is there's a feedback loop between the actor you cast and the screenplay you're giving them. And the feedback loop is, they said they want to do it because they read that script. You're already on the same page, literally. But, of course, every actor has their own idiosyncrasies. Every actor has their own way of portraying things. And the really good screen actors also have an incredible sense of where they are in the frame, and how close the camera is, and how subtle they need to be. Because the littlest things will get picked up. There's a moment towards the end of this episode where Tess reveals that she's infected. And Pedro, as Joel says, show me. And she takes a step forward before showing him, and he flinches.
It made me angry. I watched it. It made me angry because I was like, fuck, that's so good. It's so good what he does. And the thing that he did that I loved is there's such this beauty to see Joel be afraid.
Yes, which was something we talked about all the time. Needing to undercut as much as we could what was just always naturally going to be there, which was heroism, right? And heroism is real to an extent, but if it exists on screen in the absence of vulnerability, then you begin to become unmoored from reality. And everything we wanted to do was to say to people, listen, we're showing you extraordinary circumstances, a world that's fallen apart, and there are monsters, and all this stuff is happening. But it is applicable to your life right now here, in the world that isn't fallen apart, and there are no monsters. But there is love, and fear, and hate. And if you don't undercut heroism with vulnerability, you start to lose touch with that. And what Pedro brought all the time, every day, was that kind of thread of vulnerability. And I also have to say that, you know, he said so many times that his work with Anna Torv, who plays Tess, was half of it. Because, I mean, you know this as a performer, it is a dance. You are not alone. And he said she is so present with me in those scenes, and I think he would be the first person to say that part of that instinct to flinch is how present she was as she moved toward him.
It did not look like a choice.
It was an instinct.
It completely instinctual.
People have seen this reaction online, which is like, they're like, why did you tell the actors not to watch the game? And it's for this moment you're describing right now. It's like that flinch doesn't exist in the game.
Right.
He was just trying to copy your performance.
Right.
The best he could do is a poor imitation of your performance.
Right.
Instead, we wanted Pedro and Belle and everybody else as part of the cast to make it their own. And that's why it's like, trust us that we put everything on the page that needs to be there. We're not asking you to replicate anything else, because great performances come from the inside, not from the outside.
You do this opening, it's Jakarta. What was the reason for it?
Well, one of the things that we can do in television that we can't really do in something that is ongoing, like a movie or a video game where somebody can play all night long if they choose. We have episodes. That means we have starts and stops.
Mm-hmm.
And the beautiful thing about stopping is you get to start again. Every start is a new opportunity to reorient people or to disorient people. I mean, I'm particularly fond of disorientation. It's something I've been watching Vince Gilligan do this forever, where you have this 5-6 minutes of the beginning of every episode of television where the audience is the most open and receptive they'll ever be. They are willing to be confused, mystified, puzzled, as long as you get them ultimately on solid ground. And I think we knew we wanted to give a little bit more of an origin story. We wanted to see what it would really be like at the very, very beginning, because we're all pretty smart about this stuff now. And we wanted to show also that it was global, that this wasn't something that was just happening in America. This was the world.
By the way, that is a huge deviation from how we made the game. In the game, the game is so much also like, it has this like Americana love letter, and so made a conscious choice that we will never leave the perspective of the United States.
Originally, we had this plan for this montage where we saw all these places in the world and what had happened to them. We just didn't have the money for it. But we thought it would be really interesting to see where it all begins. And as we often do, then immediately ask ourselves the question, what person can we convey this through? And then to take it one step further, what relationship can we create to portray it through? Because I really do believe that that's what people respond to more than anything. And so here you have this little interesting short relationship between a military officer in charge of, fighting pandemics and a mycologist, a woman who studies fungus. And I'm really fond of that last moment where it was just really one long shot of her sitting on this couch and explaining why we were so screwed.
She says this line in Indonesian, but what it translates to is bomb. Start bombing.
Bom seluruh kota.
Bomb this city.
Dan seluruh orang yang ada di dalamnya.
And everyone in it.
Right. And it was really important for me to make the audience understand there's nothing you can do at that point that is going to make this better other than the unthinkable.
That's one of the beauties of that scene, which is like, again, in the game, you walk through what we call the outskirts of the quarantine zone, this area that was bombed to oblivion to try to control this outbreak, and even that didn't work. And here you get to see, how could someone reach that decision?
Yes.
And you dramatize it, and you see characters like, and again, when she has that realization, that moment is like, oh my God, my time with my family is limited. And it's almost out. I gotta go.
Yeah. What I love in that scene, what she conveys to us is, either I've confirmed to you what you know you need to do, or, even worse, I've just given you the solution, and I can't put that genie back in the bottle, and I have to go right now.
Yep.
The reason why I think it works actually, and why my mind tracked back to that intro, is because as we head into the outskirts, Ellie literally has that line.
It's like a fucked up moon. Is this really bombed?
Yeah.
They hit most of the big cities like this. They had to slow the spread somehow. Worked here, but it didn't in most places.
There's another beautiful thing that I'd love to talk to you about. The first shot that we see of Ellie. She's bathed in this warm light in the fetal position, camera spinning over her, and then she wakes up and you have Joel and Tess on high alert.
That was like one of those, that is definitely one of those moments where out of pesky questions, you know, because if she is infected, and they have every reason to believe she is, then they need to be ready to shoot her. And we knew we wanted, because again of the nature of the stop and start episodic television series structure, we had to begin again. That meant sort of, okay, they went out at night, it's going to be morning. So what happened overnight?
Do I look like I'm infected?
Show us your arm.
Yeah, it's not getting any worse, is it?
In the game, we don't do that, right?
Exactly.
They pull an all-nighter and they fight clickers.
Exactly. And because a player doesn't have to put the controller down.
Right.
So you guys in games cannot stop really until you hit like some major plot point. But for us, we're stopping all the time. So okay, how did that night go? And what I love about that scene is you start to see an interesting difference between Tess and Joel. And the difference is Tess has hope, which I love because it feels like a surprise. She seems so tough. She seems like she has assimilated into this new world quite well. I mean, she's getting beaten up and she's like, whatever. And she deals in trades in arms. She runs the show between her and Joel. Clearly, she's the boss. And here suddenly, she is expressing hope. And there is something, we had talked about and we wrote it. We never shot it. And it was a little bit of a backstory of Tess and the fact that Tess had a kid. She had a husband and she had a son, and they were infected, and she had to kill them. She killed her husband, but she could not kill the son. She couldn't do it.
She locked him in the basement.
She locked him in the basement, where theoretically he's still a clicker.
Because we had a cold open where we just the camera pushed on this door and you just hear this pounding coming from this basement, and then we cut out.
Yeah.
And then later Tess told the story of how she couldn't kill her son. It like Craig is saying, it didn't fit. But it was fun to think about.
It cuts to something that she has that Joel doesn't want to have again. She is brave enough to dare to hope.
She made it through the fucking night. It doesn't matter. It's gonna happen sooner or later.
Yeah, the way the head knobs in that one coming in the back from the...
Alright, we're still close to the wall. We sneak her back into the QZ. We find a different way to get the battery.
This is our best shot.
You have to remember that Tess knows how to influence Joel. So when they're sitting in that salon and she's like, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. If the Fireflies believe it's real, we get what we want.
Right.
At that point, Tess already believes.
She believes.
And she just is telling Joel what he needs to hear in that moment.
Because what she says to him is, she made it through the fucking night. And he goes, you got to stop talking about this kid like she's got some kind of life in front of her. And Tess says, if we bring her back, they're going to scan her and they're going to shoot her. So Tess is in mother mode. She's in mother mode. She's trying to protect and keep this kid alive because she's starting to believe that this kid is the real thing. And Joel is absolutely ready to send Ellie back to be killed.
Lighter in the head.
Take her back to the QC. Someone's going to notice her arm. They're going to scan her. And they'll kill her.
Well, better them than us.
By the way, I think Joel is being completely honest when he says, better them than us.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He realized already what's going to come down the line. He was like, I'm going to have to kill this kid.
Right. And I don't want to, but I will.
Yeah.
Quick question for you, Neil. Explain how the infection spreads in the game versus how it spreads in the show.
Yeah, in the game it has two vectors. So one is some kind of fluid transfer, a bite,
on your
or
you see there,
where there's a lot of concentration of cordyceps growth, fungal growth in the environment. They're going to do it. Could be spores in the air. And if someone breathes enough of those spores in, they will cough and then become infected as well.
Pinging off of that, going back to the understanding how this world works, the introduction of the network of cordyceps, right?
Things are like that.
They're connected.
I think that's where the
More than you know.
interest is for the trucks come in that area.
The fungus also grows underground. Long fibers like wires, some of them stretching over a mile. You step on a patch of cordyceps in one place, and you can wake a dozen infected from somewhere else.
Then, now
they know where you are,
they put
now they
one
come.
name, all of them go.
You're not immune from being ripped apart.
It doesn't matter yearly order or it's a different order that you put in different one. They put it into one name, one container.
Trying to keep you alive.
All at one container.
By the way, that's one of those ideas that again, in his research Craig came up with, and I was like,
all of your packages,
that would make for good gameplay. That's one of those I wish we had in the game.
Just tripping over one of those things is such a cool moment that to me is like, oh, that makes so much sense. It feels like it's always there, like it's an inherent
Well, that's the best compliment. I mean, as we create new material that doesn't exist in the game, for it to feel like it had always been there or that it integrates seamlessly, that's the whole point.
One of the things that happens in this episode is we get our first look at clickers.
Yes.
When you get into that moment of like, we're going to show the clickers first, walk me through that. What's that conversation
Start
like?
with the design first.
Sure.
Like, there's just a very simple question. First of all, do we want to do clickers? Obviously, yes. Second, should they look like the clickers from the game? Pretty much, yeah, to the extent that we can reproduce that physically. If you go into a CGI characterization right off the bat, it just starts to feel like it's not there. So we really wanted to find prosthetics to actually turn somebody into a clicker, which the Gowers did incredible work on, and Paul Spiteri, who works with the Gowers, was just tirelessly putting this stuff on these guys. We found great performers who could move like clickers, even sound like clickers.
It doesn't taste like.
And from that point, I think our job was to say, we know what the experience should be like when you first encounter one of these things, which is terror. And now what we have to do is, within the matrix of that sequence, give the audience some relationship payload. Because while we're doing this, clickers are running around and looking awesome and screeching at us and clawing and biting, something interesting is happening, which is, for the first time, Ellie, who was following Tess out of the QZ and who was being protected by Tess in the salon and who was asking Tess questions about what happened to the world and who doesn't like Joel, Ellie is now suddenly stuck with and relying on Joel. It is the beginning of that.
That's what I put down. I was like, this is the team-up episode.
Yes.
Right? This is when we have this completely silent mouth conversation where he goes, they can't see, but they can hear.
By the way, but that was a reshoot you're describing.
Talk to me about what? Okay, how?
Because our creative partners who hadn't played the game, Carolyn Strauss in particular, who was my fellow executive producer on Chernobyl and was the executive producer of Game of Thrones and is a sort of a legend. And she in her very simple Carolyn way said, I don't know what the problem is, like why I don't get that they can't see.
Oops.
Yeah, like the fact that they don't have eyeballs isn't enough. And I don't necessarily know why they're clicking. So we had seeded a line when they're walking on the highway where Ellie's talking about, oh, I heard these rumors like,
everyone said the open city was crazy. Like swarms of infected running around everywhere.
Not exactly like that.
You know, people like to tell stories.
So there aren't super infected that explode fungus spores on you?
Shit, I hope not.
Or ones with split open heads that see in the dark like bats?
We had the curse of knowledge, and we're like, that'll probably be enough. And then if we set up the action sequence, that plus this equals understanding of how clickers work.
Or not. It did not. And then we went back and just did a little bit of itty-bitty reshoot. So in the game, at some point, he sees Ellie breathing spores and being fine. That's proof enough for him. But for us, it made sense that in that clicker fight, she got bit. We don't know yet that Tess has been bit, but we know that Ellie's been bit, and she's not concerned at all.
You alright? Well, I didn't shit my pants. You fucking kidding me? I mean, if it was gonna happen to one of us.
That was also how we got around to dealing with the proof of Ellie's immunity. Because we aren't doing spores. Now, Joel is thinking, okay, the first one didn't work, this one's gonna work, and then look how angry Tess gets. One of my favorite Anator moments is that she gets angry at him for his inability to imagine that something good could happen. What about the kid?
Yes, the first fight. I did get some of that. That's the one that's the one that sometimes I buy from the player. But they might they used to give the leather armor, but now we don't need that. That's when we scrap up on it. It's a non-navy one. This one here, lots of
and her anger is not simply because he's being cynical. Her anger is, I've been bit. I'm going to die. Everybody I loved that got bit died.
Yeah, you might not
Can you please imagine a world where maybe this doesn't have to happen to me or anyone else ever again? And that's a pretty remarkable thing. And when we get to that rotunda and she reveals that she's been bitten, she goes over to Ellie and she shows Ellie's arm, and we can see the difference. We can see it. So it's proof for us too. Ellie's not going to be infected. She is immune. And Joel has to absorb the reality of that at that moment. He has no choice otherwise.
I just want to touch on that real quick, which was, to me, this is one of the beauties of this adaptation, in that the sequence that Craig described from, the moment that Tess is bitten, which is a secret for the viewer and for Joel. So we're maybe a little confused by how big her reaction is, when he's being cynical again, and he's surprised that all of a sudden she's like pushing back on him so hard. These are all elements, again, that exist in the game in a different way, but the underpinning of all of it was just like, Tess, now there's a growing desperation for this journey to mean something. It's it's her last chance of redemption, and she knows it.
We get this beautiful moment between the museum and getting to the Capitol building where we're really kind of Joel's POV as we see Tess is way out in front. She is moving at a pace faster than us towards the Capitol building, because what you say, she's already starting to feel the tremble in her.
She knows she has maybe an hour or two.
So another difference between the game and the series, I'm curious why.
Sure.
In the game, the threat is Fedra. They have caught up to us in the Capitol building, but here it's clickers. Why not reintroduce Fedra at this point?
With a glazing aboard.
One of my annoying, pesky questions, for sure.
Very close and
which was simply, why would Fedra even be in here? What are they doing? There's nothing there for them to police, really. The whole point of a QZ is we have a big wall, bad guys out there, we're in here. I get why they police the buffer zone so that people can't
get in,
freely travel back and forth and bring the infection into the QZ. It didn't make much sense to me to have Fedra all the way out there. And we had set up that they were meeting the Fireflies at the State House to tie back into this whole, we want to get to top, they'll give you a truck, they'll give you a battery, you'll get everything you need. The Fireflies are weak. Also, we wanted a chance to show a different result of being infected, which was not one of mere violence or horror, but rather a sick kind of community. We had set it up already that they're all connected. Ellie says they're connected, and Tess says more than you know. And now, at the end, we had an opportunity to show how connected they were. They can sense that she's one of them. And then...
Because you're talking about
the bad thing happens.
The shot I love is you are over her shoulder and you are soft on the infected as they're spilling into the building, and there's one that's center punch that stops and turns, and the rest of them kind of slowly stop moving. ultimately, the question that I have is, what is the kiss to you? But I would love for you to walk me through that scene.
One, again, it's another one of those beautiful sets that was starting to get built when we started pre-production on an episode and was ready the day before.
So that's not a building that you found. That's a
sound stage.
Yep, that's on a sound stage.
So one, again, it was like a beautiful set. There's an opportunity to get some really beautiful graphic shots of, you know, capturing a wide shot of Tess being alone. Like she's now left alone. And these are the last moments of her life. And like, okay, how do you capture that on screen? How do you make that cinematic? The other thing, I was like, you talked about, you know, the crowd of infected coming in and they're being out of focus, and like the horror of that, because it puts you more in Tess's mind. And I wish I could tell you, I'm like, oh, I knew exactly what it's going to look like, and we only captured that version. The reality, I didn't know, and I captured two versions.
Cool.
There's one where they're all completely in focus, and one where they're out of focus. I had a theory that it might be creepier when they're out of focus, but I don't know. And again, I didn't want to be stuck in the edit bay one day, or have Craig stuck in the edit bay and be like, why the fuck didn't he get into the version?
That does sound like me.
So then it was just starting wide, and how do we get into this intimate moment and treat it like an intimate moment? Like, what if you shot it like two people kissing, and you just think about it that way? Because there's already so much horror of what's happening, right? It's like these tendrils coming out of this infected mouth, it's going down her throat, it's just horrible to think about. So then, instead of shooting it in a creepy way, let's shoot it in the most beautiful way, like backlit, silhouetted, profile view, and we slowly just come in, like as if it was an intimate kiss of two lovers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it made it way creepier by doing it. Way creepier.
Well, but also to me, I found myself watching it, rewatching it, going, is it baked because she's still flicking the lighter, or are we watching this transition of her giving in, and the lighter is the last fight?
It's that. She knows she's lost. The lighter isn't lighting. She flicks slower and less frequently. You can see her giving up. And then in the last moment, whatever final bit
of her that's still there
is saying, try one more time. And she gets it. But I love the way we did that, because it's underscoring again the theme of love and the way love functions. Because the fungus loves too. It makes more of itself. That's what we do when we love each other. A lot of us make more of ourselves. That's how the species is propagated.
Some of us do it too often.
Some of us do it too often. And there's this sense that, you know, what we are may look disgusting, and the way we reproduce may be horrifying and violating. But it is tender. When this man comes to her, it's not violent, because she's not fighting. If she ran, if she fought back, they would take her apart.
Yeah.
But she's just standing there, and he very gently shares of himself, and it's very Jungian, it's very upsetting. Anything penetrative is disgusting and scary when you're dealing with monsters, and it just, I don't know, there's something so creepy and gross and primal about it, and yet also weirdly, like Neil said, especially the way he shot it, beautiful. So there's a lot of stuff going on in that shot, and that's why we wanted to do it. That's so much more interesting than like Fedra showed up and shot it. You know?
Well, and also, like, just to talk more about that, is like, this episode was about the infected.
Yeah.
The show has already left Fedra behind. But again, it's like in the game, I think that the choices is what really defines these characters. So like in the game, Tess makes a choice where, like, I'm going to stay behind to buy you some time.
Right.
And then in the show, she stays behind to buy them some time. So it's like we get there in a different way, but the choices that the characters make are the same.
It's a great point.
There's different thesis statements that when we started off the show, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. That is something that is for people who are familiar with the story, that is something that is very, very resonant.
Yeah.
But there is this new, almost mantra, this new thesis statement that we're adding, not in lieu of or instead of, but rather on top of, which is save who you can save.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
One of the things that Neil and I talked a lot about in the beginning was Joel as a savior and how dangerous that is. to be a savior, particularly when you're trying to save somebody that you cannot save at all. So much of what Joel is a man who wants to save his daughter, even though she's been dead for 20 years. So there's this dark nature of his saviorhood. And here is this other woman saying, I'm gone, but that kid is alive. Save her. And save who you can save. She might as well have been saying, stop trying to save your daughter, she's dead. That kid's alive, save her. And that is going to be the interesting challenge for Joel over the next few episodes.
I mean, a lot of also what we talked about is what happens afterwards. Like, how does it end?
Yeah.
How do we make it an interesting ending? And we had the version where they both walk downhill and, like, didn't work. And I kind of like where we've ended, which is, and by the way, it's important to note as well, is like trusting actors to sometimes deviate from what's on the page. Because this was the first time I've directed a script that I didn't write. And I was very precious about it, even more so that I would be precious with my own writing.
Because you wanted to be respectful of the writer.
But like the way it was described at the end is after they run out and the building blows up and Joel makes sure there no infected are coming after them, he doesn't look at Ellie and he walks off. And the way Pedro gave her this little look like he's like you can tell he blames her. You can see it in his eyes. He's blaming her, and he's disgusted by her, and he walks off. And then we're like, what does Ellie do? And then Ellie's just also at a loss, and you could see the hate in her eyes. She blames him. But then we're like, is she following? Does she not? And she's just kind of stuck, and she's just frozen in place, and she doesn't know what to do. And it's just such a weird choice that like Craig wrote at the end of this episode. I'm like, it has to be like that. And then we're like, I think you were hesitating. You're like, maybe she would walk down the hill.
I get nervous sometimes.
I love this so much. And she doesn't know what to do, and he's not waiting for her. He's going. If she joins, whatever. And I just like leaving it unresolved and cutting on that.
It does leave us wondering, is he going to do it or not? I mean, he doesn't want to. Tess says, you're going to take her to Bill and Frank's, and they'll handle her from there, but you're taking her. And he's saying, I don't want to. And this is the one person that he sort of cared about in the world who's dying in front of him now. And when he walks away from Ellie, I did want people to wonder, like,
they want him to hang more
come back? Or is he just going home to the QZ and leaving her?
Well, it's something to me as a viewer, whenever you leave an audience wondering what's going to happen next, it's exactly where you want to leave them.
That's TV for you. That's what we do. Goodbye.
This has been the official The Last of Us podcast from HBO. Again, I'm Troy Baker, joined by Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann. You can stream new episodes of the HBO original series The Last of Us Sundays on HBO Max. The podcast episodes are available after episodes of The Last of Us air on HBO. You can find this show wherever you listen to podcasts. Like and follow HBO's The Last of Us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Until next week, endure and survive.
This is the official companion podcast for HBO's The Last of Us, hosted by Troy Baker. Our producers are Elliot Adler, Bria Mariette, and Noah Camusa. Darby Maloney is our editor. The show is mixed by Hannes Brown. Our executive producers are Gabrielle Lewis and Barry Finkel. Production music is courtesy of HBO, and you can watch episodes of The Last of Us on HBO Max.
What was the message we're trying to convey with that?
Well, we thought it was important to show that Pedro, Joel, missed her, that he was mourning her, and in his very simple way, just making a small cairn of rocks to say quietly, I'm sorry. I blew it. I lost you. It's as much about self-recrimination, doubt, as it is about mourning, but it was important for us to show that he cared. Simply because we know that the story becomes about Joel and Ellie, we didn't want Joel to already be, okay, it's me and you, kid, let's go. There was a moment where we had to stop and acknowledge what happened, and similarly, there was a need for Ellie to address it. Because we understood that pretty quickly in this episode, we needed them to start talking. their relationship is beginning now because it's just the two of them. By necessity, there's no one else to talk to, which means they had to come to a detente, right? And in this case, she says, how long is this hike? 5 hours? We can manage that. That's all we have to do is just be civil to each other for 5 hours, and then we're done.
There was a really cool exchange where they're talking about, I don't want your apology.
Look, I've been thinking about...
I want your sorry.
I wasn't going to say I'm sorry. I was going to say that I've been thinking about what happened. Nobody made you or Tess take me. Nobody made you go along with this plan. You needed a truck battery or whatever, and you made a choice. So don't blame me for something that isn't my fault.
And there is this interesting posturing that I see happening already as far as, you know, we talked before how Tess was kind of out in front. She was the leader. And so now we have this leaderless band. And there's an opportunity, it seems, for Joel to step up to become the leader, but then also Ellie is saying that I'm not someone who needs to be led. I can actually handle myself pretty well.
It's a nice evolution of the scene that was in the game where Joel lays out the rules. Okay, if I am going to watch over you, here's how things are going to play out. And I like the addition of Ellie standing up for herself, saying, look, I'll do all those things, but let's be clear, I am not responsible for Tess's death. Which to me, I can't help but look at like Bella and Ellie and say, oh, you totally feel guilty. You're saying these things, but you're feeling the opposite. You're like, it's coming from an insecure place, which is ultimately, again, there's more to be revealed with that with Ellie.
I'm a big believer that people are liars. It's just part of our, it's part of human nature, is that we lie. Hopefully when we're lying, we're doing it to make things go a little easier for ourselves and others and not hurt people's feelings and all the rest. But sometimes we're lying because we simply can't handle the truth. And what's interesting is, here's Ellie saying, it wasn't my fault, but of course she feels like it's her fault. And here's Ellie saying, 5 hours, that's fine, we can manage that. And then almost immediately starts asking questions, starts making jokes, starts asking for a gun, starts having fun, starts giving him crap. She wants more than just to manage those 5 hours. She admires him. She still admires him because of how it all began when she saw what he did. There is a primal desire, I think, in children to have a parent who will protect them. And even though Ellie was fond of and had a connection with Tess, it was Joel who protected her twice. And so there's, even though she's saying, oh, it's just 5 hours, in her mind already, something's begun.
What's interesting for me about that scene with both characters is they're both hiding their vulnerabilities. They're both trying to be tougher than they actually are because they don't trust each other yet. There's not enough trust there to be vulnerable in front of the other person.
There's a dramatic shift in this episode. The first 2 episodes, it's a lot of heavy lifting you guys had to do, right? You had to introduce these characters, you had to introduce the fiction and the lore and the world and the impact that the inciting events have had on the world and these characters. And now we've kind of set that up. And once you start establishing not only who these characters are, but now you're starting, like you said, Neil, there's an evolution in these characters. We immediately leave them. We leave them by the river and they go off on their 5-hour hike. And we know that they're going to Bill and Frank's, right? We saw that at the end of episode 2. This is where we need to go. We need to find Bill and Frank. And then we jump to 20 years ago, the very beginning of this, and we see this wild-eyed guy.
Not today, you New World Order jackboot fox.
And this is our first introduction to Bill.
That line, by the way, that was not originally dialogue. So a lot of times when I'm writing, I will put what a character is thinking in dialogue form, in italics, in the action area, right? So that they know, okay, I'm not saying these things, but this is what I'm thinking. Sure. And Nick Offerman said, just one thing, Craig. This line here, New World Order jackboot thugs, I'm saying that out loud. And I was like, okay, done. He was just said it. Yeah, it sounds amazing. Yeah, he was just like, a line like that must be announced to the world. And it was amazing watching Nick, who I think some people understand has this dramatic side to him, performing in a way that was far more dramatic than I've ever seen him perform, and yet still never lose his sense of humor, like his timing, his comic ability, it's all there. Bill is a funny guy to watch, even if he is not a funny person character.
I want to just park it here for a second and talk about Nick Offerman, because I'll be honest with you, when I heard that was who we were going for Bill, my eyebrows went up.
Vince Gilligan said once that he loves hiring comic actors for non-comic roles, clearly, because they have an innate humanity that is there underneath the drama, and they understand the absurdity of the world, because that is the bedrock of comedy. And I think Nick is a great example of what Vince is talking about. He just, there's a humanity to him underneath this gruff, angry, closed-off man. Dangerous man also, to an extent, very. That was just as important for that character as Pedro's vulnerability was important for Joel. To make sure that we were providing people with a full human being, because there is no one that's just one thing or the other.
And a lot of where the comedy versus drama comes from, I've noticed, is not from the performance, it's the presentation of it, it's the context of it.
Right.
We get to see how he eats dinner, watching and enjoying violence. Yeah, that's like, that's his show, until someone falls into a hole.
Yes.
And we go outside, and Bill discovers the person who's fallen into this hole is someone who's not infected, but is very, very much alive, and turns out to be Frank.
I'm not infected.
Are you armed?
Yeah, since when we had that, and they're still going,
no. Why did you take that long to answer?
And that passed the point kind of thing.
I thought about lying for some reason, but
at that time,
reason didn't come.
So Frank, played by Murray Bartlett, rolls on into Bill's life the way Ellie rolls on into Joel's.
It's social media, you can put it social
Bill
media.
would have been perfectly happy living alone for the rest of his life. You get the sense that he was living alone anyway. Maybe his mother, who's since passed on, maybe she lived in the house for a while, but otherwise he's alone, and he liked it that way. And then here comes this ray of sunshine, a completely different human being. This is a guy who is a refugee. He was with a group of people who died. He's left alone. He's fallen down a pit. He's hungry. He's dirty. And he's smiling. And he's smiling because he already can tell something about Bill that Bill maybe didn't think anybody was able to see at all.
Neil, what was important to you about bringing in the character of Bill and Frank into this iteration?
In the game, that episode, that section is about how even though you can survive by yourself, what are you surviving for? What's left? In the game, they have a very different fate where they have a big falling out, and Bill sticks to his ways, and Frank says, "I can't live with you anymore," and then tries to escape, ends up dying. That's where the exploration of like, oh, this guy had a partner that wanted more than just surviving day to day. You have to live your life. So it was an interesting, again, to take those themes and approach it with a totally different story. Like now let's approach it as a sweet, romantic story where the characters can struggle with that idea of what is this life for? You know, we're here for a limited amount of time. How do we best live it? And when Craig pitched me this kind of structure, and the thing I get nervous the most about changes is changing the fate of a character. And here we have a very different fate for Bill than we do in the game. And then I try to do the math of like weighing it, or like, well, how much do we gain? Because to me it's, when you deviate that much, there's a certain cost to it. And it was such a beautiful story that, again, explores the themes of love and the complexity that comes with love and the happiness and pain. And even though this Bill dies the way that Bill doesn't die in the game, it's a happier ending, much happier, because he lived a full life. Like we're demonstrating, like, Because eventually where some of the story goes is like, there's a demonstration of, here's what you stand to lose. When you love someone, you could feel this immense loss. But here's what you gain. And the contrast of those two things in this episode, I feel really elevate Joel and Ellie's journey through a telling of like a bottle episode.
Like a mechanic kind of thing, and then put it in the window.
I feel like he just popped up in my life, but he's kind of always been there.
He's always been there.
Saw him first in season 1 of White Lotus, and I was blown away by, again, we're talking about comedic range and dramatic range, right?
Yep.
And he does both.
With all the workers,
how do you go about casting that role that's essentially new?
Well, that's the joy of auditioning.
No, it's not.
Auditioning is never fun. I know you don't like it, but we love it. We were very motivated to cast gay actors. I mean, there's a larger debate. Let's take a moment and just talk about generally representation and how you go about being more inclusive in the stories you tell. This wasn't a new concept that Bill was gay, that's in the game. But when you're casting people now, you try as best you can to cast actors that are representative of the characters they're playing in some important way or another. Initially, the role of Bill was going to be played by Con O'Neill, who played Brukhanov in Chernobyl. And he wasn't able, ultimately, he couldn't do it because he was on Our Flag Means Death, which is another HBO show, which is very funny. So we couldn't do it with Con, and that's when the idea of Nick came around. But for Nick and for me, both straight men, it was important to say, look, we can do this work. We can tell these stories with these characters. The key is you have to do your homework. And you have to talk to people who have walked in the shoes of these characters. And most importantly, you have to give them room to tell you where you've gotten it right and where you've gotten it wrong. You have to listen. And in this episode, we were very lucky because Murray is a married, middle-aged gay man. Peter Hoare, the director who did such a beautiful job, is a married, middle-aged gay man. Tim Good, the editor, is a married, middle-aged man. Our production manager, Cecil O'Connor, is a married, middle-aged gay man. And middle-aged, as it turns out, is more important than gay in this story. Because it was important to me to tell a story about what older, longer, committed love looks like, because that's reflective of my experience.
I wrote it in the bind for it, but not enough.
Through this lens, we put out a call and say, look, we're looking for somebody roughly between these ages who ideally is gay to play this man. And we saw a bunch of people, and then there was Murray, and it was just, and this was before White Lotus came out.
His partner.
I was familiar with him, but he did such a beautiful job in the audition, and it was, as I recall, it was the speech that Frank does towards the end when he tells Bill, give me one last wonderful day, and it was gorgeous. It was an easy casting decision to make. Then White Lotus came out, and I was like, oh my god, nailed it. Got it first. This guy's amazing. And in addition to being so wildly talented, and Murray can play any character as far as I'm concerned. He can play gay, straight, anything. He also is one of the most lovely, warm people ever. And Nick, I've known Nick for a long time. He's a friend of mine. He's also just joy. That set was so delightful with those guys.
Man, that's good to hear.
It was wonderful. And I think, in part, that lovely feeling we had was also informed by something Neil pointed out, which is, it was a happy story.
Yes.
They win. In this world that we've created for this show, those two guys won.
When I was watching it, the moment at the piano, why that song? Like, what is the, there's not a song, there's not a cue of music that's in The Last of Us that doesn't have some meaning. What is the meaning of this?
We had this idea that Bill and Frank would connect over a song. That would be the thing that would essentially lead Frank to feel differently about Bill. To not just go, oh, I see what's going on with this guy, but also to want him.
purchasing
and I thought it was an interesting rotation of expectations. You might think, well, Frank feels like the kind of guy that would be really good at the piano and have a beautiful voice, and he's absolute shit at the piano, which, by the way, Murray Bartlett is great at the piano and has an excellent voice, which is why he was so funny doing an impression of a terrible player with a terrible voice.
This one will mix up if they want to. Before when you say she's not within the elders, they say, oh, we didn't know that's what we'll fight her and take she's done with that. But now they realize it's done that. It took us about maybe a decade just to
and then Bill
the New York
has this gorgeous ability to play.
It took about half a bit more decade to realize it. What he was doing in the husband and wife world is she took over her spouse's body, and I can do this. They're taking a trolley, and it's half size of the trolley. And see what she does in the face.
And this incredibly heartfelt connection to his lyrics. Okay, so I'm looking for a song that describes a state of permanent, lonely heartache that can never be soothed. And I'm also looking for a song that isn't overplayed, that didn't feel cliche, that didn't feel syrupy or gloppy. And this is a tall order, so I'm hunting around, I'm looking around, I'm struggling. And then I have a great idea. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to text my friend Seth Rudetsky. So Seth Rudetsky is a Broadway institution. He is the main DJ on the SiriusXM Broadway channel, and he also is an accompanist, and he also has created his own musical. And he's a wonderful guy. He also has the most encyclopedic knowledge of all music, all of it, from classical to show tunes to popular music, all of it. And I texted him and I just said, here's what I'm looking for. Lifelong loss and longing, a sense that you'll never ever get there, so a sort of woe is me song. And within 4 seconds,
3 dots.
Yeah, ping, long time, Linda Ronstadt. And it was one of those songs I had forgotten existed.
Yeah, same.
And I played it and I was like, oh my God, it couldn't have been more perfect. Could not have been more perfect. And talking with Nick about the lyrics, how important it was to understand that the lyrics were someone saying, everyone tells me that it's okay, that love will find me, that the pain of heartache and loss and disconnection will heal. No, it doesn't. No, it's not. And the person that I long for from afar, I'm going to love them basically forever in the most unrequited manner. And to me, I just thought, what a beautiful notion that
but for you
can't ever get there. The closer you get, the further that light gets away from you.
For me, there's this trepidatious moment after Frank has just butchered the song, and he sits down, and Bill says, I know it'll look like a type, and Frank says, and it's just so offhanded, but then the hand comes on the shoulder, and he goes, so who's the girl that you're singing about? He goes, there was no girl. But he knows the second that he asks this, either I'm right and it confirms it, or I got it wrong, and I'm going to be really disappointed.
There's no chance he got it wrong. And this is something that I talked about a lot with our many partners on that episode. We're gay. So what is it like when you're trying to figure out if the other person is like you in the minority of sexuality? And all of the men that I spoke with basically said, there are people you really don't know about, there are people you're pretty sure about, and there are people you're like, oh, I see you. And this was a case where we felt it was important that Frank could see Bill. Bill's sexuality was buried not because he was in the closet anymore. The world ended. Literally, nobody is around him. He's alone. The whole world is his closet. It was that he had essentially buried his own sexuality.
That was the question that I had, is this almost felt like Frank is shepherding him.
Well, the thing I like about, I love about this character is that the contradiction. Like, this is clearly a doomsday prepper conservative guy that cares a lot about the Second Amendment. Oh yeah. And he's gay, and he doesn't know how to...
A boxer kind of...
He's never dealt with that. Frank clearly sees him for what he is, and he's inviting him. He gives him an opening, and he's not calling him out. Gives him this opening, and Bill takes it.
I mean, we talked about, okay, like, where's the moment? I've had this discussion with Peter Hoare and with Murray Bartlett, like, where's the moment that Frank sees it? And
sometimes it's different,
I don't like to impose these things. I feel like, okay, where you feel it naturally as an actor, that's where it will come forth. I can only tell you what I think if you want to know, and they did. And to me, there's a moment where Frank is standing there. He's come out of the pit that he's fallen into. He's got his hands up. Bill's aiming a gun at him, basically telling him to get lost.
Feels lost.
I'm letting you go, so go.
All right. First, my name's Frank.
Oh, yeah? Here's the thing, Frank. If I feed you, then every bum you talk to about it is going to show up here looking for a free lunch.
Frank basically says, come on, please.
I won't talk about it to any bums or hobos or vagabonds, I promise.
And there's a hesitation. Bill hesitates. Because he's looking, he's just suddenly seeing how
this is how you met his partner.
Standing there in the light, and that's something that Frank's brain is incredibly attuned to. It's that fast. There's a moment there, if you watch that scene again, where he kind of smiles, and he's smiling because in his mind, he's like, I got you. I know you. And from that point forward, it was about... in my mind, about Frank thinking to himself, look, maybe I get lunch and I'm on, I don't know, but let's just see where this goes. And as Bill reveals more of himself to Frank, Frank suddenly realizes, oh, this isn't about a game of gotcha, I see who you are, or how many lunches can I get. This is a beautiful person. And we jump straight from, this beautiful, intimate moment.
Oh, fuck you! Come on! Would you stop? Do I ask for things? Ever? Why am I even saying that? This isn't for me. This is for us.
Who cares what they look like?
I do. Our home isn't just our house. It's everything around us.
Give me a fucking break.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
What we think of as romantic love, and this is important because there's so much of the show is about love. What we think of as romantic love lasts, I don't know how long it lasts. A year? 2 tops? I don't know. The really intense part is maybe 3 or 4 months. So what does it mean to love somebody after 25 or 30 years? Right. And to me, that love has nothing to do with romantic love. That love is the product of time.
And here we see, again, another version of that love where love means you fight and you argue. And Frank says something specific. He goes, it's my street too. This is my street
love it the way I want to.
Exactly.
Right. And that's the dichotomy that we will play around with a lot. There is 2 ways of loving things. Frank wants to love outwards. He is sun. He is light. He wants to make things beautiful around him. He wants to care for Bill. He wants to revitalize this street so it is not simply this mausoleum that Bill lives in. And he wants to have friends. He wants to share what they have. And Bill wants to put an electrified fence around them that is guarded by an additional layer of flame-throwing gas pipes. And no one can show up ever because he must protect Frank from the world.
That's when he broke.
And as it turns out, both of those loves are required. But one of those loves is likely to get you in trouble more than the other.
So much of the experience with Bill in the game is about traps. We pick up new resources. That was, to me as a player, is so much of an important factor in Bill's story when we're in Bill's town. But this is a wonderful example of telling the same story in 2 different mediums and the cost benefit of that. How do you navigate that where like gameplay is not a part of this, now we just have the narrative?
This story in this episode, you could not tell the video game. It'd be impossible to jump around that much, especially the game The Last of Us is, which again is more kind of action-oriented. You couldn't go this long without some kind of set piece, some kind of action.
Press F to save Bill's life.
And therefore you can tell this kind of really moving, slower, romantic story where you jump around in years. And likewise, the story that the game tells and how you're connecting with Bill in the game by like you're playing alongside him, you're surviving sequences with him. He saves your life. Like that's how you meet him in the game. You are Joel stuck in one of his traps and he comes and saves you. We couldn't tell that story in the TV show. You'd be bored out of your mind if you're not playing that sequence. So it had to change.
There's a specific moment where day one, Frank goes in and he rubs his finger across the mantle to see the dust. And for me, that moment was, I have a purpose here. You can make rabbit and pair with a Beaujolais, and you can clearly create traps and protect us.
Never people even kind of like that. Never.
We have moments of, and I texted you when it happened, and all I had to do was just send you a picture of strawberry, emoji of strawberries and crying. There's the laugh cry.
Yeah, when he tastes it.
And then you see this beautiful moment. I love it. Frank not here in the strawberry.
Which is, that's, you know,
walking with the,
that's me and my wife, you know, like, it's that wonderful push-pull of this energy of two people who have kind of committed to each other. But I don't want that scene, what I love is you've got the epitome of what Frank is, which is somebody that nurtures and grows and beautifies, shares.
But that's only in the Comic-Con. Sitting in the coffee.
I traded Joel and Tess one of your guns for a packet of seeds.
Yeah, like that. That is okay. Like a prison break.
And then you have poor Bill,
cafeteria.
who is worried that he's getting old,
the big
and
no, he's not big, he's a little
I was never afraid until you came along. And that, to me,
oh, you did get it. Oh, good. So now we got another arm to put on.
That's where the underside of love is.
Why do you think he takes that moment to apologize?
I'm gonna fill up I'm gonna fill it up. I'm gonna fill it up after that. All the arm, I'm gonna see the way he did. Yeah, it's 10 times.
Already worried about it.
Oh, we're gonna work on that.
We're gonna work on that. And the beautiful things that he does, and what is Bill's contribution? Bill doesn't grow strawberries. I mean, what did Frank? Frank even traded one of his guns for the strawberries.
Which one? A little one.
Two and two.
And what is Bill's contribution? Bill's contribution is to keep Frank alive, which we will see in the next scene.
Oh no, that's the color.
As best Bill can, but Bill is already afraid that he is going to fail, and that is a fear that Joel has. Because Joel's earned that fear through experience. He failed his daughter, at least as far as he understands that, to his own trauma. And he lost her.
Oh, right, this will give us a little push into here. That's what I was looking for. But we can still take it and put in the other one, yeah. Because this one is above. This one is afraid. No, this one goes to the other side. Oh no, this is good. If this one, if this one was this side, then it would destroy. Hey, this is the plan. I think more has to destroy. Yeah. That's the one that coming damage. You don't know what damage will come. That's a good name.
You see how the current circumstances are mandating a very cordial.
There's a big thing there. No, that's just a radar right here. That's just a radar right here. Oh, almost cordial. That's not it. That's what this is.
My wife said, "Can you not please hear?" But that's and then, oh, you're a paranoid schizophrenic too. I'm not schizophrenic. Yeah, but you see how Frank and Tess kind of band together. We see the introduction of the convention of how music is going to be their code, and then we see the not purposefully, but kind of like, I guess you and I have to talk between Bill and Joel, but we do get to see this other part of Joel where he's pitching to Bill a little bit. Well, what he's doing is speaking Bill's language. Because even though, unlike Joel, Bill has been self-sufficient basically his whole life, and Bill continues to think that he can manage it on his own. But here's Joel saying, look, one protector to another.
Yeah, there you go.
Start killing in the world.
No, you copy that. That's good. Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's good. You're on it.
So then we got 2 more to go. But let me see. Let's find the door from there.
I can get you 10 spools of high tensile and last you the rest of your life.
Still not too much.
Lives. Joel knows that Bill's purpose is not to protect himself. Joel understands inherently, as Bill understands about Joel, their purpose is to protect someone else.
They don't care as much about their own lives.
Correct. They don't care at all.
By the way, another thing that, like, as we talk about this, is interesting to think about is just how similar Joel and Bill are. And they're similar in the way that they're very conservative. And by that I mean it's about protecting yourself and your tribe. It's like by closing them off as much as possible, putting as much of a shell around them so you can keep them safe. And yet they're drawn to people that take big risks and live life. If you think about like Tess and Frank and Ellie, that's their similarities. They can't stand still. It is about kind of going outwards and like affecting some change.
The night when the Raiders come is definitely one of those life is short moments. And we see this moment of the caretaker happen. Frank is a nurturer. Frank is somebody that brings things to life. Frank is somebody that preserves life. That is very different than somebody who's out there killing people
but I don't have no more space on the other one.
See the two sides of love, because Frank is fixed right there in the moment on nurturing and saving and curing and healing. Hold your hand there. And Bill has already written his own life off and is running down a list of practicals. I made a list for you. Tell me about the list. I have copies. I'm all the keys. And most important, call Joel. And that, to me, is where you start to understand the kinship.
Yeah, I know that one was supposed to. But when I went to, I did like the hair trigger, yeah. And then the other one, like I said,
Joel, he didn't like the fact that Joel was rubbing his nose.
Well, that is not a bad idea. Yeah, because this stuff to
but there's a respect there. There's a respect and a recognition that
but I only think for the hair trigger to make it look unique.
Meaning somebody has to be here to murder people.
Even tell the story too.
There's tiny moments with Frank that we get that to me are just stories within themselves. When we wake up, Frank's in the wheelchair.
And the guy that is like a head bobbing, but the girl,
Bill's angry at him. Exactly the way it works. You know, when you are in that long time, you go to bed, it's a quick thing. You roll over, you go to bed, you wake up. The person you love has done something you told not to 100 times, and you're like, I'm not arguing about it. Feet are going to get blue, get back in the bed, that's it. And he gets stopped in his tracks by what Frank says. I'm not fighting about it. I promise you I'm going to stay up. Why? Because this is my last day. What Frank is asking him for, Frank knows is difficult, but what he's saying to Bill is, every instinct you have is to protect me, to keep me alive, to murder anything that would hurt me. And I'm asking you to hurt me. I'm not going to give you the gift. Every day was a wonderful gift from God speech. I've had a lot of bad days.
Oh, that makes it perfectly. That makes it perfectly. For the next question, like, yeah, that covers for the Monday one. You never know. Oh no, this one won't make it through. You won't make it through another one. So yeah, so tomorrow you can just get the XP whatever. Yeah, we just continue it and get much XP. The one like XP, you know, when you're building home, you can do it like you did. Yeah, this will give you like when you put in the platform all this XP. Yeah, this will give you XP exactly like you're building a thing.
To make it just even more heart-wrenching. Well, that's what would you say that he had? Well, we don't necessarily want to specify for the audience. It was either MS or early ALS. Okay. But it was a degenerative neuromuscular disorder. You know, this happens. It happens so commonly and yet so rarely. As people get older on screen, they tend to be fully healthy until the heart attack staggers them out of nowhere. That does happen, but for a majority of people, there is a decline. And we thought it was really interesting to think, well, if Bill is older, that Frank can literally run circles around him. He's healthier. Bill gets shot, and then we jump ahead a number of years, and it's Frank who's been brought low by...
we don't want to go to the producer today.
And there's nothing they can do about it.
through his sexuality and even his first sexual experience, but it feels like in this moment, this is where Frank is shepherding him through grief.
Like Neil says, this is the price of love is pain. I'm in my 50s. I have to start thinking about what this might be like one day because it's inevitable. In many ways, Frank is the lucky one because from his point of view, he's done. He's ready to check out. It's Bill who's going to have to mourn. That's the hard part. And what Frank is asking him for, Frank knows is difficult, but what he's saying to Bill is, every instinct you have is to protect me, to keep me alive, to murder anything that would hurt me, and I'm asking you to hurt me.
We get to the moment of dinner, and what I found interesting about that moment is, again, we have this private moment with Frank where Bill has made the same dinner.
Yes.
From the first night, arranging the charging platters in the same way.
And then Frank moves it back again the same way he did the very first time.
So we have this wonderful mirroring of their first encounter. And then Bill goes into the kitchen to get the second bottle. For you guys, when was the moment of decision for Bill?
My feeling is that somewhere around the middle of the day, when Bill decided, all right, I'm going to go along with his plan. I will go to the boutique, I'll put on what he told me to wear, we'll get married, we'll do all that stuff, I'll make him dinner. Somewhere in there, once he decided, all right, I'm going to do this, then he very quickly decided, and then here's what I'm also going to do, because there's no fucking way. This was a tricky one, because there's a line that Bill says here that I lifted almost directly from the playwright Mark Crowley, who wrote Boys in the Band, which is a wonderful play from the 60s about gay men navigating their lives and their relationships. And one of them in that play says to the other, this isn't the tragic suicide at the end of the play. Not all gay men have to die at the end of the play, because there is a tradition of essentially equating homosexuality with tragedy, and that a gay man couldn't possibly just age and be happy and live long. And it was important for me to have Bill literally say, that's not what this is.
This isn't the tragic suicide at the end of the play. I'm old. I'm satisfied. And you were my purpose.
What I love about all that, besides how beautiful and moving it is when you watch it, is that in a way Bill is very, very lucky that the person he loves the most is going out at the end of his own life. Like, Bill doesn't have a lot left either. Right. So the choice is relatively easier. But it kind of reflects outwards, or like it pulses outwards to say, well, what happens when you lose someone you love so much and there's a lot of life left in front of you? Because that's kind of what we saw happening in the beginning of the story with Joel. And that's the thing that Joel is doing his best to avoid ever living again. And slowly but surely, what the universe is saying, we're coming back to that moment in time.
You will live life with loss.
Yes, and the harsh part, I guess the cruelest part, is that Bill's note that he leaves behind for Joel is what he thought was his gift to Joel, is to say, look, I thought it was awesome when everybody died, which I think is hysterical. But it turns out I was wrong. Basically, a person like me is here for a reason, and that is to love a person, save that person, and keep that person alive. And God help any motherfucker who stands in our way. And you, Joel, are exactly like I am. So I'm giving you all my guns. Use them to keep Tess safe. And so this gift that he's giving him, and this thing of you and I are the same, he doesn't understand that by the time Joel reads that letter, Joel has already failed terribly, and that it's not the first time Joel has failed to protect somebody that he was supposed to protect.
It was interesting to me that Joel goes, so they're dead.
Yeah.
And then the letter comes, and that's when he has to walk outside. That's what gets him is, I don't know if it's a matter of the reminder of Tess, or if it's,
I am not good at this. Both. I think that letter underscores for him that no matter how hard he tries, and no matter how strong his instinct is to preserve and protect the people that he cares about, he can't. And then, sort of, because the universe is lined up this way, and really by the universe I mean Neil Druckmann has created this. There's this kid who needs him.
It should be 600
and
620.
He has a choice.
Maybe it might have it.
And the choice is, do I stop trying to be like Bill? Do I stop trying to be like me? And do I just give up and just walk back and whatever?
Let me see if I can...
Or do I try again? And do I try again with this kid who represents something far more dangerous to me than Tess ever did? Because she is a 14-year-old girl, just like his daughter was.
Not only is she a 14-year-old girl,
oh, we got it. Yeah,
but
we're going to be signing up a bit, yeah.
As we saw in the beginning of this episode, she's a 14-year-old girl with a sadistic streak.
Ah, yes, she is.
She
I wanted to add it,
stabs
but
that
person
infected that's on the wall, and at the end of this episode, not only is she now starting to pull out the joke book and beginning to talk, but now she's got a gun.
We really like the idea that Ellie wants a gun. And Joel keeps telling her, no, you can't have a gun. I'm not giving you a gun. Tess says, I'm not giving you a gun. Ellie asks over and over, they're in Bill's bunker. There's a wall of them. No, you can't have a gun. And yet at the end,
we had the friend already,
when she's on her own, she finds not just any gun, Frank's gun.
Yeah, I know, but that's okay. Yeah.
I remember a lot of our conversation was the structure of these episodes. We ended the previous episode with Joel walking away from Ellie and not quite embracing this wish that Tess made before she blew herself up. And then here we have a very different ending where, like, we see them connecting, and he's prepping her, and he's explaining things to her. He's now, post this letter, has taken her on in a very different way. So again, we feel the impact of, like, we left these characters to have this